If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Good morning and a happy New Year, Jimmy Mack, because this is what show today?
Road Gang Radio, and we are so back.
We're so back.
So back.
Woo!
Larger than life and twice as ugly, one step ahead of the sheriff. By the way, the paranormal pie man, in his own magisterial, majestic, poetic way, simply says, yo.
With two letters, yo.
Yo. Good morning, RGR family, and Happy New Year. Trucker Bosun's back. Sean Fairman says, checking in from Pennsylvania, snow is still coming down. And, of course, RadioNemo in the form of Dre says, yo.
I thought he was saying he was checking in from his pa, like his dad or his grandpa, but then I was like, oh, yeah, that's PA.
From the Pennsylvania that he never found, by the way. Of course, the Cooper known as Scott says, good morning, Happy New Year to Jimmy Mack and Andre Thibodeau.
Yep.
Phone Master Dre, good morning and happy to be back with the Road Gang-orama. All right, guys, it's really simple. We're going to really do this year right. We're gonna push in. I need you to hit that like button.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to hit that thumbs up button. I need you to go over and find somebody that you know and say, hey, man, I need you to subscribe. You are all part of the pledge drive for subscription.
New Year, same button.
New Year's, same button.
Come
but
on.
Hey, man, we want more people pushing it.
Yeah.
We want people pushing our buttons. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
we're
saying?
okay with that. Just don't push me or poke me.
Okay. I came into this Waffle House in an hour when God is logged off, and only chaos remains. I wanted waffles, simple dream, noble quest. Of course, I'm reading from the Waffle House reviews. Dre and I have been talking about it this morning. We got some thoughts on this thing. There is making the rounds on the Talk of Tick, which, by the way, there's no Road Gang Radio on TikTok. There is RadioNemo online on TikTok. You should find it. You can find me, by the way. If you're on the Tick of Talk or the Talk of Tick, you can find me at Snake Punch-a-Train. I'm over there. I'm kind of ranting. I'm kind of raving. I'm kind of talking. I'm going to get Dre to start doing it too, man. He's got to get over on the Talk of Tick. He's got a profile. He might as well use the damn thing. And before we dig into this Waffle House review, as told by a trucker in epic form with a little wee dash of the Anthony Bourdain to it, and by the way, we know what's going on here. Dre and I are not fools. We're too cool for school. I do want to say I hope you're yakking it up on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you have lost your heart on iHeart.
Your heart?
I hope you're making FaceTime, as Rebecca Brewster often is, on the Book of Face, along with 3.5. I hope you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. I hope you're living your best life. Do it!
Live your best life.
On Live 365, because this is Road Gang Radio, the greatest transpo show live in the known universe.
Yes.
Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with their, well, the space proctologist of trucking, Dr. Philostratus and his banana-wearing minions, because this is the real deal that will be at some point followed by the real deal of recorded transpo shows. Trucking with OOIDA. But let's get back to this, Dre. So I read the first part. I came into this Waffle House in an hour when God is logged off and only chaos remains. I wanted waffles, simple dream, noble quest. Go on, Dre.
And then I sat down, I ordered my waffles, and immediately felt the air shift like the universe leaning in. The cook locked eyes with me, and then he said, "You're safe here, but anything could happen."
That's when the fight started. Not a loud announcement, not a warning, just an eruption of humanity about 6 feet to my left. Chairs screeched, words were exchanged that have never appeared in the Bible. Somewhere a jukebox song tried its best to keep playing like nothing was wrong.
Meanwhile, my waffles arrived, golden, perfect, steam rising like it knew that it was there before. I love reading stuff off TikTok because things are in the way, but about to be eating during the pivotal life moment. Next.
Waffles, syrup pooled, time slowed. I chewed thoughtfully while two grown adults debated fate and poor decision-making behind me. By the way, there are truck stops in this world where you walk in to get a couple of packs of ho-hos, guys, and you end up walking out with a stranger's roadmap of their divorce. The staff?
Hey, man, that's my passage.
Well, I'm giving you the question.
Oh, okay.
The staff?
The staff, absolute professionals. One employee broke up the fight with the confidence of someone who's done this before and still had my coffee refilled without even spilling a drop. Man, what's the part after that? Can't even get...
That's skill.
Yeah, that's
training. That's Waffle House University.
The fight ended. The waffles did not survive.
I paid my bill, nodded respectfully to the cook, and left a changed man fuller in body, spirit, and cholesterol.
Oh, you gave me the end. Yes, amazing food, impeccable vibes, unmatched late-night entertainment. If you want peace, go elsewhere. If you want waffles and a story to tell, forever, come to Waffle House.
Come to Waffle House. Okay, a couple of things here, by the way. This is fun. I will put money on it. I put my mind on my money and my money on my mind. I will put money that this is a ChatGPT-generated piece of text.
Tell us why.
It's incredibly well written in regards to kind of form over content. It's like I said, it really is. It's script. And what's really cool, though, is before you think ChatGPT just generated that, that's not how ChatGPT works. Because Dre and I were talking about this before the show started. Somebody wrote a heck of a prompt. Somebody is, Dean talked about it a couple of weeks ago, prompt engineers. Somebody said, look, I want you to kind of give me the most epic kind of argument Waffle House experience in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, but I want you to write it with all the kind of friction and energy of an Anthony Bourdain review. More importantly, I want you to work in fragmentary sentences, but grammatically correct fragmentary sentences. I got no problem with this.
Yeah.
This is good stuff right here. They got a Christmas one too, by the way. Speaking of that...
What about it?
It was Christmas. It was New Year's. How was your Christmas? How was your New Year's? And guys, jump into the chat, by the way, and give us the same kind of business. We want to know about your Christmas, your New Year's. You can also, as Dre and I talk about our Christmas and our New Year's, 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. The phones are working. They're weird. I'm seeing weird red buttons, but hey, we're making things happen and we're going to get new devices.
It's a red light district. The phone has turned into a red light district.
Way to start the morning, yeah.
I mean, that's kind of it. It's like, rap, 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 rap. It's like a whole bunch of ladies on the corner going like,
come here. You want some waffles?
What do you say, Sonny? My name is Lulu White. I work at Mahogany Hall in the red light district of Storyville.
You like hats? I got hats here.
So, we've talked about me working on a book for a long time. Mm-hmm. What am I going to write? Am I going to write something like Meghan, Kate, and Peter? I actually have something, Meghan, Kate, Peter, Matthew Holbert in spirit. And, dude, it's so up your alley. I'm going to be so excited. I'd worked on it a couple of years ago, kind of put it aside. I kind of went back and revisited. Do you know what happened in 1892 at the New Orleans Athletic Club?
I do not. Tell me.
On December 8th of 1892, John L. Sullivan, the world champion of boxing, and gentleman Jim Corbett took each other on in a 20-round boxing match in the city of New Orleans. It's an amazing story, by the way, because it is a national event, and it's the first time that boxing gets legitimized, and the first time that New Orleans gets legitimized as like the place to go for a sporting event. Yeah. New York had outright banned it. Boston acted on paper very prudish, but did it behind the scenes in the outskirts of town. Chicago was incredibly fractured. Nobody ever had a sanctioned boxing match in the city, in a upper middle class neighborhood, like some kind of fancy pants event, and it happened in New Orleans, dude.
Nice.
This, by the way, is the founding place of trucking radio.
Yep.
This, by the way, is the founding place of sanctioned Marquess of Queensberry boxing rules. This, by the way, is the home of Marty Gras, which shows up February 17th. Buckle up.
Let's stretch.
Because it's coming, man. By the way, the Paranormal Pie Man, basically says, work for them both, got angry at truck stop. Hey, Lori, good morning. Happy New Year to you. And the turtle, the terrapin, touchdown, Tara, the terrific, is in the chat. Almost had to give you a call this morning. We got things worked out, by the way.
Yeah.
Speaking of working things out, we got a phone call that's coming. We're going to jump into the phones. Who do I got? Phone
well,
master?
Can we jump? Let's reiterate real. Well, I guess we can do a 10 ring. Hey, 10 ring. Good morning. How was your Christmas? Your New Year's? Did you survive? Chalo.
Hello.
Well, good morning, and Happy New Year to all. first day back out, got to run all the way down to Jacksonville for an empty trailer.
Oh.
4-hour drive for an empty trailer.
Gotta love it. Happy New Year.
So basically, 2026 essentially said we're going to continue our energy of America and its terrible twos and give you a little bit of it's like Godfather. It's like Godfather Part 2 to 2025, right?
Right.
All right. Well, what's happening?
Yeah, we had a good Christmas and good week off, and the weather was nice down here. I got to pull the bike out and ride the bike for a little while, and
Must be nice.
Not much, but
Couple of quick questions. So when you pulled the bike out, what was the last time you rode the bike?
Yeah, good question.
I brought it home from the terminal in Marietta back in, I guess, 3 months ago.
And you're talking motorcycle, not bike, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
what you rolling with? 10 ring? Did I ask you this before?
2000 Fat Boy.
Yeah. What color?
Black.
Yeah, I was going to say, I had a
Nice.
feeling.
It's black. I've got some Vance and Hines long shot open
Nice.
pipes on it.
Nice. What handlebars you rocking on that stock, or you got some customs on there?
No, just the stock beach bars.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Cool.
All right. So
I was looking at getting some. I'm still looking at getting like some 4-inch pullbacks so that I can be standing up a little bit more, or sitting up a little bit more, but.
So it was 3 months. 3 months since you've been on the bike as you brought it back. And, of course, your life, we know who you work for. We know how busy those guys are. We know they treat you right. But it's not a lot of time to really kind of get some two-wheel therapy going on. Let me ask you the question. So you roll it out after 3 months. Was there anything that you did? Do you have a process by which you make sure, what's your pre-trip on your motorcycle?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, tire pressures is number one on a bike. And I bought some stuff that I keep in that's in the oil tank that keeps a film on the cylinders when they're not running.
Nice.
And I mean, it's a bug out bike. You know, there's no computers on it. It's the last year of the carbureted 88s.
Ooh.
So you just pull the choke and hit the button and it fires right up, and then just let it idle and let it warm up, let everything get going. Wait for the oil temperature to get up a little bit. First time you ride it, to kind of keep the moisture out of the oil. Make sure that there's no setup moisture that runs in the oil. So after you get up around 215, just check it and make sure everything's okay. And
Man, look. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tim Ring.
No, but tire pressures is the main thing, and when you let them sit that long, you always want to try to have it on a stand.
Yeah.
Where the wheels are not sitting on the ground.
Fair, 100%. That's smart. Don't you just love whenever you do a cold start after not riding it for so long and it just starts right up and you don't even have
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's going to be a good ride.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's a nice feeling.
Especially that, because like I said, it's a bug out bike, right? There's no.
Yeah. No extra electrical.
There's no electric fuel pump. There's no injectors. There's no nothing. It's just pull the choke and hit the button, and it just starts right up. I keep the fuel cut off on it, and then I turn the fuel on a couple of minutes before I get ready to start it to fill the carburetor bowl up.
It makes me really want to get better at my Tim Allen impression from Home Improvement. I just want to be able to just whenever you talk about stuff like that.
Well, and I mean, it's a Harley, so it's got the potato idle, right?
Yeah.
There's no mistake in that.
Amen. Well, man, that's beautiful to hear, Ten Ring.
That's a nice way to kind of at least roll into the new year. I know you realize you picked up an empty trailer, but at least you got a little two-wheel therapy kind of on top of that, my friend. Merry Christmas. We're only how many days away? And Happy New Year, which is a reality right now. And don't forget, if you want to come down for Mardi Gras, we will be open for business in regards to, we're going to open the doors. We might not have a show, but we're going to open the doors if you want to kind of roll on down here and have a good time with us, okay?
It was nice when I was living down there in Mandeville because Mardi Gras that year was on my birthday. So.
Oh, nice.
I got to tell you, my friend.
But y'all be good and have a Merry Christmas, and I'll see you around the neighborhood.
All right, my friend. Happy cello. Good morning to everybody out there in Road Gang Radio. Man, the gang is back in business, and we got a great year planned for you. Whole lot of big announcements coming next week, so hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. We'll take a quick break here. We got a phone call we will take on the other side of this break. A couple of words of wisdom, a little bit of news, and a little bit of that old, what I call deep-fried spiritual wisdom coming your way here on Road Gang Radio. Speaking of deep-fried spiritual wisdom, Mr. Kevin Lindsey is going to be joining us from Maintenance Matters because, well, after all, he matters, and it's your maintenance that we care about. So you get the... All right, let's take a break. Get out of here. Bye.
All right, bye.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday. Hey, just want to ask you a question. How are you today? You know, a lot of times you have people just walking around and they don't even, things have changed so much since COVID and since all this other stuff, and we got a new generation of young people. People don't come up and say, hello, how you doing, or acknowledge you. They'll walk right by you as if you don't exist or as if you're invisible. But I want you to see something in 2 John chapter 1, verse 12. That's 2 John chapter 1, verse 12. He said, I have much to write to you, but I do not want to use paper and ink. Instead, watch this, I hope to visit you and talk with you, watch this, face to face, so that our joy may be complete. You know what John said? John said, I don't even want to send you an email. I don't want to send you a text. He says, I want to look at you. Why does he want to look at him? Because he wants to let you see the joy that he has for you. And the Bible says one day we're going to die, and we're going to be looking at Jesus face to face. And that's when we need to make sure that we feel the joy of the Lord. God bless you, my brothers and sisters. Hey, enjoy your Friday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Watch this. Same year. No, New Year's same pastor. And speaking of someone that is same and in New Year, but also an excellent person, who is that doing the anthem?
Oh, yeah, the national anthem, as always, sung by Lindsay Lawler, who'll be joining us at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. By the way, we're going to end the show with country and western music news before we give way to our friends with Trucking with OOIDA, Ashley and Scott, of course. She's going to be looking back on the legends and behind-the-scenes talents that we lost in the past year, sort of a year-end wrap-up, while at the same time, sort of a beginning to the new year. Don't think for a minute when she arrives lean and mean and on the scene that she won't be asking us what our word for the year is. I got a couple in my back pocket I got cooking up. She's going to be talking about how one music outlet is ensuring authenticity when it comes to AI-generated submissions and compositions. Somebody's going to be having a Hawkeye out. By the way, I kind of know the background on this, but I can't wait to hear her take because she has a very dear friend who knew this man very well. Background on country star, and she put that in quotes, and there's a reason why it's in quotes. We've talked about it before. Eddie Rabbitt, and then she'll be talking about Lainey Wilson's Christmas halftime performance. There's a lot of stuff going on in Lindsay Lawler's country and western music news. All of that, of course, is coming your way at 10:30 in the center, 11:30 in the east, before we give way to our friends from Grain Valley in the form of Scott and Ashley with another edition of Trucking with OOIDA. OOIDA, Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Had nice conversations over the break with my friend Louis Pugh, with Rod Knopfzinger, and of course the inevitable Jamie Jones. 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO, and we got a call, Jimmy.
Hey ho, Jodo, it's Jody, the Jedi. Good morning to you and Happy New Year.
Florida man.
Florida man with a Florida plant, cigar in his mouth, and poodle in his hand.
Hi.
Well, good morning and Happy New Year, guys. But before we get into this conversation, anybody coming into Florida, I spent the night at the Florida Scales last night. That's where I usually spend the night at. I wake up this morning, and they got them lined up going into the inspection station, and there's 5 DOT cars sitting right here next to me, and 3 more over by the building, by the scales, waiting to tell the trucks to come around for inspection.
Man, time's up, by the way. Listen to this. So a trucking company asked the FMCSA to give it some relief from a rule requiring a CDL holder to remain in the passenger seat of a commercial vehicle operated by a commercial learner's permit holder. Let me tell you something, dude. I don't know why people are asking for this stuff right now. I think the FMCSA and the DOT and everybody's going to be saying, you know what, no exemptions right now. Nobody gets nothing. I really feel like with this new guy in charge, and maybe we'll keep our fingers crossed. Speaking of new guys in charge, Scat Pack's on the scene over in the chat. Good morning to you, Mr. Nassif. I'm going to tell you this right now. I am laughing at anybody looking for exemptions these days because I really think the DOT and the FMCSA are pretty much like, yeah, no. Let's just make sure you got your paperwork in order first. Let's make sure everybody actually has a legit CDL. Let's kind of get on top of that. Pretty busy down there, huh?
Oh, yeah. And, now that you're bringing that up, the other day, over there in Mississippi, I was coming out of Hadesburg going over to, what's it called, Bricksville, I don't know, whatever. It was going from Walmart to Walmart, but I was bobtailing. And the Mississippi DOT pulled me over. And so I got talking to him and stuff like that. We're just BSing. And I said, you want to know something funny? He goes, what's that? This is something that you also don't say to an officer. But he got a kick out of it. He goes, what's that? I said, I've been with this company since 2006. He goes, okay. I go, you're the only third person that's ever pulled me over and given me an inspection. He's like, seriously? And I'm like, yeah, seriously. He goes, well, why is that? I said, I guess I'm just really too good looking and you just don't want to be embarrassed. And he just looked at me kind of cockeyed, and he's like, no, seriously, why do you think that is? I said, I have no idea. He goes, I can tell you why. He goes, we don't have enough DOT officers. And I'm like, well, you know what? You ask any other truck driver out here, they'll probably tell you that you got too many. Because, just because, but, so he did a level 3 on me, got, all my paperwork in order and stuff like that, and everything was good, and down the road I went. But we spent a good, I don't know, half an hour. checking our jaws on the side of the road.
Jody, Jody, you're both right, by the way. You're both right. They don't have enough DOT agents, and they've got too many doing stuff they shouldn't be doing.
Well, but I mean, perfect example of that is looking here right where I'm at. All these black and tan pickup trucks over here and SUVs that say commercial motor vehicle on the side, and they're lining them up. I'm not kidding, Jimmy. They're lining them up down the driveway behind me, getting ready to put them all one by one into the inspection station, which we should be inspected because there's a lot of guys out here that don't do their job. I mean, how many times have drivers told you? They wake up in the morning, I've told you, see a guy fire up his truck and leave. Don't even go out and check his lights or his tires. I could take the lights out of the back of the trailer and they would never know. Oh, they were there last night, so they got to be there today. It's not how it works.
No, I know.
You can have a slow leak in a tire. It's not how it works. The company I'm with, they're just as guilty. These guys pick up these brand new trailers, and because they're brand new, there could be absolutely nothing wrong with them, and they'll drop them and not even take a second look at them. I'd rather have the older trailers because people actually take the time to look at them compared to the new trailers.
Jody, everything you've said is this is one of your best phone calls, dude. This is exactly what I've been kind of talking about. I don't know if you know this, but for people who actually suffer from genuine ADHD as opposed to I need to study better, one of the cognitive therapies that they give people who have that condition, and by the way, it's like being left-handed. It's just you think differently. Your brain just moves in mysterious ways. One of the things
I am left-handed.
Yeah. One of the things they tell people, so am I, by the way, one of the things they tell people is you need to slow down to speed up. And I think that might be one of the real great foundational points of what's going to go on in the new year. I think a lot of the pros are going to keep on doing what they're doing. And I think the people who want to become pros are going to realize that if you want to get there quicker, the best thing you can do is take your time. That's the truth. I mean, that's the solid part of it. And by the way, walking your truck and making sure everything is where it needs to be makes all the difference in the world. My friend, I love you. We got to get the heck out of here, my brother. We got to take a break and bring on Kevin Lindsay. Thank you, sir.
All righty, man. Well, you guys have a really good new year, and we'll talk to you next week sometime, I'm sure. So enjoying the show, and we're getting ready to roll.
All righty. Good place to start. Phone Master Dre and I are on the case. Kevin Lindsay will be here soon enough. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of that ditch, back on the road. They've been doing it since 1997. They got all 50 states covered, plus about 8 of the provinces. Hey, man, go download that app at truckdown.com and get back in the game. Maybe find a TA Petro in the process.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
I am proud to announce, by the way, that we are going to be starting a newsletter. So if you are subscribed, you've been waiting forever and a day for it, but it's called Gauge Illuminations. You got a chance to share the first edition. It will drop next Friday. Doesn't cost you anything, and it isn't pushing or probing or promoting anything other than what's going on Road Gang Radio, We Should Write, and of course Nemo Nation every Monday. Nemo Nation is the place to be every Monday because we give you all the facts, information of what happened last week, the facts and information that are coming for the week that is, and of course where you can get that information. We'll be working on all that stuff, making it happen all over the place. Mr. Funny, by the way, who is Shamrock, says, good morning, Road Gang. We're here, upstate New York. Happy New Year. Happy New Year back to you, by the way. Gina Harrison, by the way, of the good folks at Fastport. We're at the Fastport studio, by the way. They're making the miracle happen over there. Big thanks to them. Go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org and check them out as well. And then, of course, I told Mr. Scatpack, good morning. Gary Salisbury. So good to see you. So good to make the miracle happen. By the way, don't forget, guys, that Kevin Lindsey arrived on the scene at 8 in the center, 9 in the east. The phone lines are open at 615-292-6366. Big thanks to Kevin, by the way. We actually ended up doing a little bit of an audible and took a couple of days off to get ourselves back in the game. Our friend Kevin will be here at 8. Phone lines will be open for him as well. Can't wait for that. The phone lines are now open for you. So drop in, give us a call, and let us know what is going on out there in your world. Lots of people already on the chat. Hope you guys had a good Christmas. Hope you guys had a good New Year's. We'd love to hear from you on that score as well. Phone Master Dre and I are going to be talking about that for a little bit here as we kind of get ready to kind of roll into 2026 and find out what's going on. I do have a couple of odd stories for you out there. Was talking about what was going on with people asking for exemptions. Trucking company Wilson Logistics, who is also a registered training provider and a certified third-party CDL tester in Missouri, asked the FMCSA for a renewal of a previous exemption granted February 23rd, 2021 and remaining in effect through February 23rd of 2026. What they're seeking, Wilson's Logistics, is a continued exemption from the rule which requires that a CLP holder always be accompanied by the holder of valid CDL in the front seat of a CMV who has the proper CDL group and endorsement necessary to operate the vehicle. You got all that? Basically, what they're asking is, does the trainer always have to be in the seat? Does the person who is with the CPL always have to be there? They have an exemption in the past. They'd like one in the future. Wilson Logistics, by the way, let me give you the details on them. They have a 3-week training program that includes a minimum of 2 weeks driving over the road while a CDL instructor is observing and providing feedback from the passenger seat. The CLP holder delivers loads for Wilson Logistics customers as part of the training program while receiving hands-on, one-on-one training from the instructor. All right. As a third-party tester, Wilson Logistics' 4 CDL examiners are continuously examined by the state of Missouri throughout the year for compliance. Wilson Logistics' testing policy permits a pre-apprentice to take the CDL skills test no more than twice. If a pre-apprentice fails the CDL test the first time, he or she receives an additional 3 to 4 days of training before attempting to take the skills test again. If they fail twice, then they're disqualified from Wilson's pre-apprenticeship program. According to Wilson Logistics, pre-apprentices have a 95% first-time pass rate. It's interesting to me, too, by the way. It sounds like they got the exemption before. They're going to go for it again. But I'll tell you this point blank, guys. There is going to be a lot more looking, even when companies claim to have the kind of results they do, even when the state of Missouri is supposedly looking over their shoulder, not saying they won't get it. Just be ready, because the new year has, I think the new year has a lot in store for people who have been, and I'm not accusing Wilson Logistics of this, for people who have been getting by with the bare minimum. I don't think that's going to cut it anymore in this trucking atmosphere. Would love to hear your thoughts on that. What your predictions are for what's going to happen in trucking this year, whether it's with the freight markets or maybe possibly what it's going to mean in regards to rules and regs, or what it's going to mean for you on a particular individual level. All that's open for conversation. As I turn to Phone Master Dre before we get back to the phones and say, how was your Christmas?
There we go. Now I'm doing good. My Christmas was good. I'm excited about all these segments, man. I'm glad to be back into the seat this morning.
I'll tell you this too. I got that headset for you.
Oh, perfect.
All
right, thank you so much.
I got it. So that we have we're still, we kind of run on fumes around here sometimes. We're kind of one step ahead of the sheriff. But I got Dre. I got him. I got him the headset that he's been dying for, the one that allows you to pop up your boom mic and then go to complete and total mute. So I said that he'd be here at 8 o'clock. Is he here now, or do we go to 8? We got 2 phone calls, don't we?
Well, we actually have Miles back today. We have a segment going in right now.
Everything's just coming in.
Oh,
it's
a fun time.
We
on
are
this
so
Friday.
back. We are so back. Tell you what we do. We're gonna do a little pivot here. Come back and do a little Miles back. Phone Master Dre, take us away. Hey man, it would not be Road Gang Radio if the wheels hadn't come off, and somehow, some way, on this first show of the year, we are still rolling along, making our way down the highways and byways, and of course, it wouldn't be, well, without David and Marty here, what are we going to do? I got David and Marty here from the American Trucking Historical Society for a special year in review. Hey, by the way, it's a year in review, so it's like one day, right?
Yeah.
It's a one-day review of how the year's been going. No, it's a review of 2025. Hey, Marty. Hey, David. How you both doing?
Good morning.
Morning, Jimmy. We're good, man.
All right, so we're going to start with you, Marty. We're just going to kind of throw it your way. There's been so much going on. We got the Prez, David, and we got the board chair, Marty, here. You guys know them from the ATHS, which you can find at the .org, by the way, the newfangled technology known as the Internet. Marty, kind of give us the 30,000-foot view, and then we'll let David take over where he sees some insight. Go ahead, my brother.
Been quite a year, and thanks for having us, Jimmy. We always appreciate what RadioNemo does for ATHS, man. Can't thank you enough. Been quite a year, Kenworth entrusted ATHS with their archives, so we've begun undertaking a project there to manage the archives of Kenworth, which is a huge deal. We had a fantastic convention this year, just an awesome place, a great turnout, really good time, and of course the highlight of the year for us. We've talked a little bit about what we're doing at home office. Going to update there a little bit. We're staying in Kansas City. We're going to update a little bit. We're going to make that Hall of Fame we're so proud to have Dave a member of, even bigger and better. It's just been really a super year.
David, one of the things, and Marty and I were talking about this many years ago. He had talked about the need for this is a while back, miles back. We had talked about the need for you guys needing a new website, needing a new look, needing a new kind of, I guess, marketing push. But a marketing push that's an empty shell is a good looking suit on a big nothing. What you guys have done over the last couple of years, I've noticed, is all the stuff that he's talking about, the membership growth, the great truck show, the expanded library, all that stuff in the Hall of Fame. You're able to get the word out because all that content is there, and you guys have really been pushing both membership and your profile all across social media platforms. You must be really proud of the kind of ongoing content-driven presence you guys have, right?
Yes, we are. We really are. We've made such great strides in that this year that it's really just been amazing. Our staff, they're in Kansas City, and we've got a couple that are working remotely, and they're just wonderful. We couldn't ask for anything any better. A lot of the HHS library now is online. So you can just click away on that and see just all kinds of content there with old trucks, old stories. We've got a little special section on there where a driver can actually call in a telephone number, and just relate a story like he's sitting around the big table at the truck stop at the Union years ago. And take up a minute, take up 3 minutes. It doesn't matter. Just put that story there, hang up. It's recorded forever. We dump it off in a deal here where people can go back and listen to that over and over and over, and for years to come. That's really a good deal, I think, because once these old timers are gone, the stories are gone forever, and we just can't afford to let that happen.
Well, in many ways, and for our listeners out there, this is really the beginnings. Like I said, we're still in a nascent point, even though you guys have done so much work. This is really one of the big steps you can take, because the World War II Museum, which is here in the city of New Orleans, one of the things that it did when it really got up online was it immediately started creating an audio bank of all the veterans that were still alive, because they realized that the clock was racing against them, that an entire generation of people who knew the war and who lived the war would slip out of our consciousness. And even the kids who grew up around the people who lived the war are leaving us at rapid numbers and rapid rates. So, Marty, putting something like this together must be really important. So my question is, once you guys get all this together, and David can talk about this, or you can talk about it, Marty, how will people be able to enjoy it? Because, man, I got to tell you, that's the kind of thing, I promise you, that at some point I'm going to give you a phone call, and I'm going to steal clips of it and put it between our commercial spots as we do this show. I'm not going to lie. That's the kind of great content people are dying for. So how can people enjoy it? They can just go on the website, right? Go to the page and listen to it. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are exactly right, Jimmy.
So do you have a favorite? I mean, that's what I was going to kind of get to. Is there one that really landed with you? I mean, that's a terrible question. What's your favorite Beatles song? Go. No, I mean, it's the same kind of thinking. But, Marty, do you have a favorite? I'm going to ask David to tell us his.
Well, as far as the favorite, I don't know. But what's kind of amazing is of the stories that are there, most of the drivers, we've got a couple that called in and they work out of the Colorado area a long time ago.
Marty can't relate to that at all. Marty cannot relate to working out of the Colorado area at all. So.
Exactly. I'm more of a Midwest guy, Illinois, Indiana. So there's some guys that have called in from there, so I can relate to that. One story, it really isn't any better than the other. It's just kind of what you can relate to. Oh yeah, I forgot all about that type of deal. So it's all good. It's for sure.
And Marty, let me ask you a question too. And one of the things I've been really dying to ask you as a friend, but I got you here on the radio, so I get to interview you about it instead, is, so there you sit. I mean, you're a guy who actually, for people who don't know Marty, he actually, got to start working as a field mechanic for Caterpillar, if I remember that correctly. I hope I got that right, Marty, because I don't want to make up a bio for you that isn't
true.
You're
right, Cat and Kenworth.
Okay, so you kind of then parlayed that into your own trucking company and did a lot of driving across Colorado. So in many ways, like David, you have a real, what I call the complete picture, as our friend Kevin Lindsay does when he comes on the other side here. You got a complete picture. I'm always curious what it's like to be standing right in the middle of all the past while at the same time being aware and keeping up with what's going on with trucking's future. Do you ever, in looking at that, or do you sometimes feel like you spend more time paying attention to what hasn't changed, or are you kind of like in awe of all the things that have changed from the time that you originally were doing it, which probably involves sitting on a box at some point?
Yeah, absolutely. Boy, I don't really know how to answer that, Jimmy, but some of those stories from that area, I recognize the names, and I damn sure remember the trucks, because I sat there when I was in 6th, 7th grade and watched them trucks go by on the highway thinking, wow, that's pretty cool,
Right.
But I mean, every day is history, and that's one of the challenges that we're faced with at ATHS is trying to keep up with all that, David is so right. Those stories are really our grounding rod, I mean, those are the guys that made this industry. Those are the guys that made this country for a lot of people, and we got to hang on to that.
David, let me ask you another question too, because, one of the reasons, and I brought up the marketing strategy and I brought up the website as well, and you've actually talked about it as well. One of the problems we often find that when we deal with the history of America, which I think to a large degree trucking, you can make a case, is that there are 3 or 4 industries that really are the history of America, and trucking is one of them, is what I call the fire hose problem. That you don't have a lack of content, you don't have a lack of stories. What you have is a lot. What you have is, basically you're in a capacity crunch when it comes to the history of trucking. So how do you guys decide, and Marty can talk about this after you do, how do you guys decide on the floor of the museum in what the website has to show, as a board, as historians, as people who put this stuff together, how do you decide what to prioritize?
Well, a lot of it is what we have the most of, what we can talk about the most of on a topic. If we have just a little bit of something from a 1913 chain drive truck, we still have that, and we're going to put it in, but we can't expound on that near as much as we can say something in the early 60s that we're just overloaded with, that we can really make a case for. Another little deal, this kind of leads into this, we've got so many pictures of trucks, and you'd be surprised at the ones that we can't identify. They're one-off trucks. They're a little bit strange or whatever. And we've got a special deal on our website where guys and gals can actually go in there, do a couple clicks, and identify each truck for us that we can't identify. I don't know how many there is now, but I think we've got close to 2,000 pictures of trucks that we can't identify. So that kind of goes in with what you're saying. If we can't identify them, they kind of go to the back row just a little bit, and we pick up on something else that we can work real easily.
I really like that, by the way, because one of the things I can tell you that a great library, a great museum, a great archive is not based off of what you know. That's about a know-it-all sitting in a diner telling everybody what they know. Those things, when they're great, are based on what I don't know, and leaving yourself open for other people with experts, because sometimes the best way to recruit people, Marty, I have found, is when they bring an expertise or an interest. You don't want to tell somebody, hey, come join our know-it-all club. You don't want to tell somebody that, hey, come join a club where nobody lets you get a word in edgewise. What you guys are looking for, and let's pivot to membership here, what you guys are looking for is people who love trucks and love the industry and love transportation, and are also have a wealth of information that they're willing to share and simultaneously willing to learn. So, I mean, like I said, we can go back and forth with you and David on this, but Marty, I'll start with you. Take us through what membership actually means. If somebody goes to ATHS and .org and decides to do that, what being a member means at a micro level, at a macro level, and what it means in regards to what you have access to and who you get to meet and know. So I'm basically telling you, make your pitch to get some of our listeners here to become full-time members.
Well, we don't have enough time left in the program, but and I mean that sincerely. I mean, it is very broad. You can make from it. You can get from it whatever you want to get. The magazine, wealth of information, all, cool pictures, awesome articles. Darren doing a hell of a job with that thing. Every other month, come right to your doorstep. All kinds of discounts on different things. If you have an antique truck, we all know they're hard to insure. We were fortunate enough to partner with Haggerty. They give us a pretty darn good deal. Definitely a discount for being an ATHS member. That helps. You get access to the library. Anything you want in there is yours to use. If you're looking for information or whatever the case may be.
It's hard, isn't it?
It is.
I said the
I was going to have to study, Jimmy.
I know. I told you, brother, from the top. I said the problem with a fire hose is the fact that it's really hard to even get your hands on it, much less turn the damn thing off. I'm going to actually let David kind of take over here for a second, and I want you to kind of talk about what the thing you're most proud of last year is. Once again, a pain in the ass question, I know, and what you're most looking forward to in 2026, and then we'll flip it back to Marty so we can let you guys shuffle off this radio coil.
All righty. Well, I appreciate that. Our membership is up over the year before, so we're happy about that for sure. The truck show is going to be in Springfield, Missouri this year, and that's coinciding with the 100th anniversary of Route 66. So we'll kind of be in the middle of that, and what could be better than Route 66, 100-year and old trucks. So that's really a great deal. Our Hall of Fame is going along just fine. We put 3 more people in there this year and company, so that's an excellent deal for us. Our scholarship program is we actually added a person this year, added a donor this year for that. So that's really great. And things are just ticking right along for HHS. They're just really great. And also, I just was emailed a number that the drivers could call in for the driver's log that we call it. Could I give that to you? And that's what we were talking about before, about where the drivers get in the stories.
If you don't do that, then everything will have lost purpose and point. It's the reason we're here. Fire away, brother.
Thank you. 816-777-1064. And there's no fancy tech there, no script. It'll just prompt you to do a couple things, and you just start in talking and recording.
Hey, guys, if you got a story to tell and it's a good one and it is about the life and the industry and all kinds of great information, and you can just, all you have to do is, the actor's job is to justify. I give you justification. You're sitting across the table from somebody you really love and you want to tell them a great story over a cup of coffee. Maybe you're going to give that Waffle House review that truck stop gave a couple of weeks ago. It's all fodder. It's all what they're looking for. All a museum ever is simply a mosaic of a whole lot of great stories put together in a coherent whole. Marty, I ask you the same question. What were you most excited about last year, and what are you looking forward to this year? I think you can handle that one a little bit better than tell me everything. So let's try that.
Yeah, we made some really big strides last year. Our staff has really kind of come into their own. Dr. John is leading them fantastically. Things are smooth. Things are working pretty good. I just got another message. You talked about it earlier, Jimmy. The website is down this morning, so aths.org ain't working right now, but it will be soon. They're working on it.
All right. Okay. All right.
And yeah, the thing, a resurgence in interest and membership. Our partnership with Women in Trucking, I think, is a huge step for ATHS forward. And there's going to be a few other things happening here next month with another group that we hope will be just another big step for ATHS, and something that's really been needed for a long time to make our group more diverse instead of a bunch of old guys. sitting around all the time telling stories.
As my dad always says, let's make sure we don't end up as a bunch of geezers in golf pants. Let's get some let's get some young folks around here. Our good friend Chowder, by the way, speaking of the 21st century, RadioNemo now lives on YouTube as well. Chowder says, happy second day of the new year to you guys. Chowder just chilling at the old hacienda. Gary Salisbury has said happy new year to everybody out there. And Trucker Bosun actually wishes our good friend Tara, who you know pretty darn well, Marty, terrific terrapin turtle Tara Garris, says good morning to both of you guys. Thrilled to have you here. As you guys know, my favorite story, I keep on embarrassing him about this, though, Marty. This is my favorite story to tell about Dave and your truck show when you had it in York, Pennsylvania. He calls me and he's like, we're going to go, but this flight to York is really expensive. I'm like, don't fly to York. He's like, well, where should I fly? And I went, Baltimore. Baltimore? Why would I fly so far away? I said, I didn't realize 38 minutes was far away, Dave. He's like, I'm picking on Dave Nemo, who, by the way, knew that. The moment he said, wait a minute. He said, wait a minute. Oh, my God, that's right. Everything in the East is like really close. It's like one of my favorite stories of all time. The times that we've gotten a chance to go to y'all's stuff have created some. Here's the thing, guys. I'm going to tell everybody this. The content there in regards to what I do for a living, when Tara and Dave went there, they produced 25 semi-short stories with Dave talking about trucks in front of old model trucks. If you ever get a chance to watch those, you'll have a sense of how much camaraderie, fun, and information is there as well. Because the thing I know that you look most forward to, Marty, is the people, right?
Oh, man, you got it. And that's one thing that I really wanted to stress on. The best part of being an ATHS member is the rest of the people in the group.
David, Happy New Year to you. Why don't you tell them the website one more time so they can go over and see that nobody did the pre-trip on it? No, I'm sorry. I wanted to work in pre. By the way, if anybody understands technical difficulties, it is the gentleman sitting across from me and me. So we actually sympathize. I'll get that website back up there and rolling, guys. Big thanks. David, one more time, give them that phone number where they can call and actually be a part of the history that grows every day at the ATHS.
We'll do it. 816-777-1064.
And what do you all say we all get together sometime soon in Springfield, Missouri, and talk about some great old trucks? What do you think, guys?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Please.
All righty.
Yeah.
Thank you both. Thanks for being patient with me. I'm one step ahead of the sheriff, guys, and the only reason why I haven't been arrested yet is I have a badge in another jurisdiction. So I appreciate you both. Get out of here. Go have a great day and a happy 2026. 250 years of America. I'm excited.
You bet. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thank you, guys. Thank you both. By the way, the ATHS has been a long-term partner. They inducted Dave into their Hall of Fame in the first class. Thrilled to have them here, as always. Kevin Lindsay's coming up here in a second. I'm telling you guys, I got everything bass-ackwards. But I'll get it better. Don't forget, Lindsay's going to be here at 9. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
So, I'm going to make a comment here that might make some football fans out there angry. The SEC myth has been punctured. Ball game's over, guys, by the way. They're not the best football in the known universe. That was true for a while, and then the NIL came in, and everybody else could legally pay people to play, and that was the end of the ball game. And I can't help but think that so much of what went on in the SEC for so long was about Nick Saban and people trying to one-up him, the best damn coach ever. I think had NIL come in when he was 60, Dre, I think he'd have made the adjustment.
Yeah.
But I think he had made so many adjustments over the year from being a defensive lockdown specialist into turning into like a guy who had the ability to bring on the riverboat gamblers like Sark and Lane Kiffin and all the other guys that he brought in as offensive coordinators. I think he got to 70 years old and said, you know what, I'm not making the final adjustment. I'm going to go home, take my ball, and declare victory. He may end up the commissioner of college football. They're going to need one because it is out of control. And my friend Dave Harris and I have had many arguments, and I think we're arguing the same thing from just different positions, to be honest with you. But they got to figure out something because the chaos that has ensued. That being said, I am utterly delighted that our next guest is utterly delighted at the outcome of last night's football games. So, Dre, if you'd be so kind. Kevin Lindsay, as always, joins us here on Road Gang Radio. He just happens to be doing it on a Friday, a freaky, feisty, flinty Friday, and he just happens to be doing it as well at a different time slot than normal. And by the way, I don't know what I was thinking. I knew this. I'm the one that scheduled this. I just wasn't ready for the miles back, which, by the way, wasn't there until it was. So, guys, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Welcome to Maintenance Matters with, the head honcho over there of maintenance for TA Petro, Travel Centers of America, Mr. Kevin Lindsay. You must be over the moon. That game was a heart attack and a half, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm surprised I'm still breathing this morning. It was a good game. It was a good game, hard fought game on both sides. But
do you want to hear the funniest thing, by the way? LSU has to pay Lane Kiffin $500,000 now.
Yeah, right. That's good.
and by the way, that number doubles if he makes the championship game. They will have to pay him $1 million for his team, his former team, Ole Miss, going to the championship game. If Ole Miss wins its next game, LSU has to pony up $500,000 more. And by the way, I don't know if you've heard this, but people who own Canes, which is really big, one of the biggest supporters of LSU football, have pretty much told the governor of the state of Louisiana that he botched the process so much that the state's going to have to come up with the money to pay Brian Kelly because they won't do it. Because they want to put their money in their current coach. It is like comeuppance all over the place. Kevin, I wanted to take a moment before we dug into any sort of topics or conversations to kind of talk about with our friends to help them understand what exactly it is you do other than having really kind of fun, stupid conversations with me because you indulge all my dumb questions. Can you kind of give people a sense of what your regular duties are, how you check in on people, how you keep up with stuff without giving away any secret sauce?
Well, honestly, I wish I knew what the secret sauce was. I guess it's best described as I try to keep the chaos that is, almost 300 shops across the country the chaos that is keeping them going, to ensure that we, do return every traveler to the road better than they came. That is our goal, with what we do. So it's just a matter. There's a lot of little things that go on in the scenes behind this. Making sure all of our shops are have the proper equipment, that it's working properly, which a lot of that relies on the individual managers at the different locations and things like that. So but ultimately just help write some different guidelines and stuff that we go by, how we do business, try to keep us straightforward with everything, and try to make sure that anything that's done at one of our locations, we can warranty that anywhere nationwide at any other of our locations. So, and sometimes that's tough in itself, and there's a lot involved with all that, I guess you could say the secret sauce part of that, but that's it's a lot of different things, a lot of data analytics, keeping up with what is it we're seeing in our shops, what are the problems we're seeing, with our customers, as far as different codes, things like that we see consistently on a regular basis, and then try to come up with a way to communicate that back to customers. Say, hey, we're seeing a lot of this. What do we need to do to help you? So.
Well, the other thing that's so interesting about me with data, and we deal with data over here with what I do, and the idea that we will look at segments. By the way, I love looking at the data on this segment, because actually the numbers do spike to a large degree. One of the things that we do over here with data is we will often look at it and look at segments and say, where do the numbers drop off? But with us, what's interesting is that sometimes the numbers will drop off, but the kind of listeners we want for a particular segment is really, really good. So while the numbers might not be good for a particular segment in regards to like pure raw numbers, the numbers of the people that we're able to kind of target and pinpoint, we say, oh, wait a minute. It's okay to have a lesser listenership right there, because the people that are listening, we really want listening. And the thing with data with you guys is I have a double question there. The first of which is, what problems are you seeing on a regular basis across shops across the country? And like at the same time, you might say, well, we're not seeing this problem a lot except for this particular region, right? So it might be one of those situations where it's like, yeah, that's not the biggest number, but that is a massive number in this particular area. What is going on? Or that makes sense from a number standpoint. Am I making sense, or am I getting in the weeds here?
No, you're making sense. And, to be quite honest, we dug into some data, back a few years ago. And it was something that I already knew, but just trying to prove it with data, what we were looking at was some of our connection data, different trucks, as they come in our shops and everything. But we have the same problem that every shop out there has across the country, whether it's a dealership, whether it's, third-party service provider like ourselves, whether it's simple mobile maintenance providers that actually do work on, customers' lots all the time, which we do as well. But, and it's been out there, and this is going to sound funny, but for 15 years, it's been the same issues. I mean, the biggest issue out there, and that is controlling after treatment to a point that it does not affect, that it does not have such a negative effect on downtime. It's just huge. It just amazes me that here we are, ever since the introduction of SCR, we saw this, but, with the more stringent regulations that were put into place, with EPA 13 and then EPA 17 stuff, and then EPA 21 stuff, and now we're looking at some major stuff next year again. It looks like it's, going to be upheld and everything. So, who knows? It's we see a lot of those issues, and a lot of it is things, just because keeping, a heavy duty truck regulated, a truck that's used, to make a living for many people, that one truck, helps provide for, more than just the driver, the technicians that upkeep it, the people that load the truck, all of this stuff, in our industry, it's all so intertwined. So when we throw something in there, it really does, I'm not going to say cause the ball to unravel, but there can be some fraying that goes on for sure. And it seems like that's the toughest thing to get our heads wrapped around is, how to troubleshoot those processes, because you got to understand the regulations, honestly. And, each engine OEM has software engineers that work on this stuff with EPA software engineers. So, they all have their own little secret sauce that, well, if you do this, this is going to happen. But that stuff's not always published, and it's not public knowledge. Even the years I spent in the dealer network, there was a lot of that stuff you just didn't know. Only engineers, knew exactly what it was going to be caused by. So it takes a lot of troubleshooting, which takes more time, more research, more digging in, looking at more data on the truck itself. Well, look at these trends, look at these temperature trends. What's causing that? Because this is where we ended up, and it's because of this. So it's kind of it's a true NCIS kind of thing, troubleshooting some of these issues nowadays for sure.
What is it? We told you, we showed you, and you still don't believe us. I mean, that's one of those things too, where we've been telling you this stuff, guys. Then we went out and we looked at the data, and then we brought the data back to you, and we showed it to you, and you still seem to not understand that aftercare treatment is one of the crucial issues here. And by the way, changing your filters also works really well too. Just want to point this out to people.
Right? It really does. Because that's what it's all about, right? It's a proper air-fuel ratio to achieve the most effective combustion that can in the chamber, and that's what the EPA is trying, because but when you do that, you create less emissions out the exhaust, and so anything that affects the air fuel ratio, in these causes that.
Yeah, and
quite honestly, filters are a big part of it.
Strategically, by the way, and I'm gonna have Dre give you a little listen here because you sound a little bit further away. It's nothing to do with you, though, my friend. Strategically, I had another follow-up question for you. So let's look at it this way. So you have different people providing maintenance all over the country, different regional accents, different approaches, people who have learned stuff a little bit different. How do you manage to keep the message the same among each one of your providers, if that makes sense? If you dig where I'm coming from, the idea is that you want to make sure that no matter where somebody goes in order to get maintenance, that they are in fact communicating that properly and in a consistent way, so that if I go from one Petro to another, I'm still getting the same message. Yeah, of course, there are going to be different accents and guys and gals with different kind of approaches to it, but how do you maintain, without it turning into kind of like pablum, how do you maintain the same message?
Well, quite honestly, it's tough, and I apologize, but my headphones died on me here for some reason, so if I sound differently.
You sound great now. You sound great. You figured it out. It's guys, by the way, it's called Field Tap, and it's terrific. It makes Kevin sound like he's sitting right next to me, but it makes everything sound like it's right there as well too. So you follow what I'm asking?
I do. I kind of, honestly, I missed just a little bit of it because I kind of lost audio for a second, but I got it right back. So, it's a tough balance, right? I mean, trying to, I
Let me rephrase. Let me take another shot at it, Kevin. Let me take another shot at it. It's okay, by the way. The best part about live radio is you can make mistakes, and it all just sounds like it's all part of the organic flow of things.
It is, right?
It is. So this is what it kind of comes down to. So what you have is you have 300 locations, which means you have well over 300 maintenance providers. It's important that each one of them be able to communicate what they need to communicate in the way that they can best communicate it. That being said, you want to make sure that somebody who gets the message in one place, when they happen to roll to another place, is getting the same message. So it's a matter of how do you allow the people who are providing maintenance tips, maintenance service, how do you make sure they're all on the same page without having them lose their individuality, so that they can communicate in the best way they can while keeping the message the same?
Well, we do that, within our organization. Uh, we have what we call our technical support center, which is, a team of 5 ASE master technicians that uh, we try to utilize them to keep that communication between our different sites. So we really push our sites. Hey, if something comes in, something's odd, something's don't seem right here, or if you have questions about this, call these guys. It's a 24/7, number that all of our sites can call, and we try to keep that communication to our sites consistent across all of them. That way, our customers are hearing the same thing, so.
That lands and that tracks. That's not, I mean, I got to tell you, the other good thing about that, too, I'm not sure if they take advantage of it as much as they would, although I'm sure you say they do, which makes me feel better, is the fact that when you have a central hub of communication, that kind of centralized place where people can go, it also means that the people who are giving that information can go back to that centralized hub and kind of get themselves on the same page, if not the same accent and rhythm of delivery, as it were, because I got to tell you, the difference between talking to a mechanic from Ohio and talking to a mechanic from Picayune, Mississippi, is a matter of like people who speak the same absolute language and have no idea what the other person is saying. So you know how that can be, by the way.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, by the way, our good friend Trucker Boson says anybody who still doubts Indiana's strength after yesterday isn't paying attention or they're delusional. I know that you watched that Mississippi game. Did you get a chance to watch any of what remains of the Alabama Crimson Tide make its way off the field? I have to tell you, I've never met so many Southerners rooting for a team from Indiana in my life.
I got to admit, I mean, sure, I'm an SEC guy, but quite honestly, I didn't feel like Alabama belonged. I didn't. They never passed the eye test to me for this year. Just some of the games I watched them play and everything, and I watched Indiana a couple times, and I got to admit, Indiana's a great team. I mean, they're pretty solid from offense, defense, everything. So.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. As a matter of fact, I thought if anybody who had 3 losses who passed the eye test, it should have been Texas. And to tell you the truth,
I'm with you.
This would be a very different tournament if Texas and Notre Dame were in it, because the one thing that both those teams can do now is they can run you over and they can get down in the trenches. And I will tell you this right now, it was a masterclass. This is really kind of cool too, because you come from the same group of people as our buddy Mr. Mustafa, as Homer Hogg and all that, which was an amazing dream team to a large degree. I kept thinking about that with Kurt Signetti because he was on the same coaching staff, wait for it, as Lane Kiffin and Dan Lanning. They were, and Kirby Smart. All those guys were on the same Nick Saban 2016 coaching staff, dude. And that's what comes down to putting together a good team, not just on the field, but in the men and the women who assist you in kind of putting that team together. Okay, so that was kind of a really fun thing to kind of begin with as 2026 rolls in. One more quick question, and then we'll get to the issue of maintenance matters. So we know your expectations are for 2026. We're going to see the same things that we saw last year, 15 years, and you say it's all just kind of going back across the same landscape. Is there anything that you guys are going to be onboarding or anything you're going to be trying new coming up in 2026 that you're looking forward to? Any new implementations, or is it just going to be honing what you already do and making sure you do it well? No wrong answer there.
Well, honestly, we've had to kind of step back with different issues we've had across our network over the last year. And to be honest, I'm looking at us kind of stepping back and really trying to sharpen our skills on what we already do, to be quite honest, and make sure we're doing it right, that we're doing it the best that we can, which hopefully would be the best in the industry. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at 2026 for us, So.
Yeah, and by the way, that's really got a great approach for maintenance matters too, is the fact that that's one of the things that, as we were talking about all the, changing your filters over and over again, no matter what system you were looking at. one of the things that it might behoove people as a new year kind of begins, in some ways that gets taken care of what we call getting ready for winter. So let's just kind of begin with 2026 and imagine that actually a number changing is a genuine fresh start. If a person was going to make a resolution at the top of the year, and we can work in whatever you wanted to talk about today into this, if a person was going to make a resolution for what they can do better with their truck, where would you have them begin in regards to both how they relate to their maintenance provider, but also how they provide their own maintenance as they get ready to tackle what should be a very interesting year in the transportation industry?
Well, I don't want to sound cliche here or like a broken record, but it's got to start with that DVIR, that daily inspection. Honestly, kind of like what I just said. Yeah, that's something that becomes, a habit, right? Because let's face it, human nature is habits. We get into our own little ruts or our own little habits. We do this, this is a process that we use. I've done it this way for years and it's always worked. Well, guess what? Things change. and that's kind of what I'm kind of saying, that my approach, for us, hopefully, that, this coming year is, we've got to, even though we're doing the same things we've always done, we've just got to go back and focus and make sure we do it better. And I think that's something drivers can do as well. And start it with that simple, daily inspection. As you look at your truck, look at these things. Really pay attention to things. Because it's so much easier to get something repaired when you have the time to than to have that breakdown. Breakdowns have always been, unscheduled repairs are a killer in the trucking industry. Always have been, because they put things behind schedule. So much freight is so much on time stuff anymore. Because it's like no one hauls a truly full load anymore. Consistently. It's like, well, you've got a half a load's got to go here, and and then another pallet or something that's got to go here on this, on the way. So, because that's kind of, the industry, the logistics of the industry has evolved over the years, to try to just keep up with not just consumer demand, getting products out there, but the demand internally from the competition, right? From the different companies, the different bidding wars, on hauling freight. And, there's a lot to it, right? And I think something as simple as just simply making sure, hey, my truck is ready to go. My truck's ready to roll. I know this, let's go. Obviously things are going to always break, you
turned on the truck, things are going to break. I mean, we've discussed this. You turn the engine over, things are going to break. Atrophy is the only kind of unwritten sort of solid rule in the universe. Our knees give out eventually, so do the wheels. That's it.
Yeah. It's going to happen. You're going to be rolling down that big 4-lane, and all of a sudden, a truck moves out from in front of you, or you go to pull out, and there's an object in the road. Those things happen, and oh, well, I straddled it, it did move, but, it didn't hurt anything. And then, 10 miles later, all of a sudden you're losing air pressure. Oh God, what happened? Well, you run over something. Things are like that are always going to happen. Right. But the things you can do to really, really help yourself is pay attention to the details. You get to know your truck, right? Get to know it almost like on a personal level, and I know a lot of owner operators out there really can relate to that, because that's their baby, right? And
well, yeah, let me tell you something right now, make you laugh. By the way, our good friend Scat Pack wrote, I have 2 old GMC Generals that he's building, and he's of course referring to General Lee's, but he of course is the exact kind of person that people. The other thing is too is that we've been talking a lot this morning about sitting around a diner and kind of talking with people, and I can't encourage people enough in the sense of community. If you see somebody in a shop that seems like they know what they're doing, talking to the maintenance people, and you see them on a regular basis, get to know them, because there's a lot of institutional knowledge out there that isn't being taken advantage of. And I bring up Scat Pack because anybody who's got the time and the dedication to get 2 old GMCs up and working is going to be a guy who actually probably has some really good tips for you in regards to how to do the maintenance there. Dean Croak likes to say, and by the way, former owner-operator, by the way, still got that beautiful truck of his. He always likes to say when you're running your business, you should run it as if you're going to 2 months of your business are going to be down.
Yeah.
And of course, people think he means that you're just going to shut down for November and December. It's not what he means. What he means is you've got to kind of assume that 2 months are just gone. You're not going to be able to take advantage of them. It behooves people, I think, and I'd like your take on this, to say to themselves, hey, every 3 or 4 months, I'm going to take a couple of days in my scheduling and putting together my run as an owner-operator to make part of that schedule taking this in for maintenance, to have absolutely designated maintenance times and to listen to your maintenance provider about when you should come in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, that to me, that would be, what everyone calls a best practice, right? Schedule time, for maintenance and not only that, but, make sure don't just rely on that maintenance provider for everything. And that's what I was really trying to say with the whole DVIR thing, that was daily inspections, get to know the truck yourself, even if you're a company driver, the company gave you that piece of equipment to drive for them, sure, but keep your eye on it. That's one of the issues. I do see over the last several years, as a trend is a lot of times company driver, well, it's not my truck. That's a terrible, because you're the one driving.
Yeah, it's not your truck, but it is your life. I mean,
it is your life, right? It's your life. It's your job. It's your house for a lot of these drivers. For the most part, most of their time is spent in that truck rather than at home, right? And I get that, so get to know that, understand it, and take care of it.
By the way, our good friend Tom Bray says routine and scheduled maintenance gives the driver a good truck. Daily pre, on route, and post inspections keep it that way. That is very well said, and that's what we've been kind of saying over the course of this, my friend. I hope you had a wonderful New Year. Oh, wait, you did. Your Rebels, your Rebels / Bears won.
Good day.
Yeah, it was a damn good day. And by the way, it was nice that it happened in the Sugar Bowl as well too.
It was.
There's something about that. I know people love the Rose Bowl, but as a kid growing up, I got to tell you, Penn State, Georgia, Pittsburgh, Georgia, Notre Dame, Alabama, Notre Dame, Georgia. I can go on. Alabama versus Miami. The number of great games at that institution is just endless, and people got one last night. Just fantastic. Thank you, Kevin. Happy New Year to you, my friend. We'll come back with a more normal segment of this in the future, but I thought we would do something fun today. I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, no problem. It's my pleasure. My pleasure.
Happy New Year.
You too.
Guys, we can take a quick break here, come back on the other side with a little bit of quick talk, and then we will slide our way into Revolution Road with the Journal of the American Revolution here on RadioNemo.com. Chowder's excited, by the way. It's his favorite segment, along with The Last Empty Places. Big plans for that coming in February. We'll be right back.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. 17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are in the gang, so give us a hit on the button, on the subscribe, on the like, or if you just want to hit us up, that works too. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Phone Master Dre. And I'm really encouraging people, if you haven't already subscribed over at the website, you can do so at the bottom at RadioNemo.com to please do so. Starting next Friday, our newsletter will be launching, and it's going to have a sponsor attached to it, by the way. Then it won't be dictating content. They just wanted to be a part of the action. So, guys, as I said before, subscribe, because that content is going to be pretty terrific, including the fact that Squidward and the guy who actually plays Hanover Fist in the animated adult cartoon Heavy Metal are the same voice. All kinds of groovy stuff like that, plus a lot of information about the week that was, and some musings from Dave, myself, and Lindsay about the road ahead. We'll be making their way into Gauge Illuminations from the late night logbook of the Long Haul Lich. In the meantime, though, we are doing an encore presentation of Trucking with OOIDA today. They're taking a trip to the White House through the eyes of truck driver Gina Jones, friend of this show, by the way, who didn't just make a visit to the White House. She got up and spoke at the podium in the East Room with President Trump standing just a couple of feet away. She's going to share her experiences with Scott and Ashley. Plus, when tragedy strikes, many truck drivers don't have a safety net. They're going to be talking, Scott and Ashley, to Courtney Neiman and Diane Hutzel of the St. Christopher's Trucker Relief Fund, founded, by the way, by our good friend Dave Nemo, which is making sure someone catches drivers when they fall. Hey guys, we are absolutely back, and that means we are here and on the scene for, of course, Revolution Road with the Journal of the American Revolution, and we're really actually excited because we've got a returning guest and a topic that we're kind of crazy about too. Nathanael Green is on the docket. General Nathanael Green, and Selena Baker is here. Welcome back, Selena. Good to have you. You guys can go to Selena Baker, Selena B. Baker, by the way. That is SALINA B. Baker.com, and you can find her on the X and the IG at Selena B. Baker as well, and on Facebook at Selena Baker Author. Good morning to you. Welcome back.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here again. Thank you.
By the way, Happy New Year. I have to ask this question. How was your Christmas and how was your New Year's? Well, we can focus on New Year's because I'm sure given how busy your life is, Christmas was probably a wild farrago. So how was New Year's?
New Year's was quiet. We sat at home, watched movies. That was great.
You can't, and Dre knows this, you can't just say movies and let it slide with me. What movies did you watch? What movies did you watch?
Tell us.
You're going to laugh. We watched The Devil Wears Prada and Thelma and Louise.
I'm not sure why I'm going to laugh about that. A little bit of female empowerment, a little bit of sticking it to the man all across
both.
That's a real platform there. We have a real sense of character of you,
Guard your
Selena.
loins.
I got to tell you, man. I got to tell you.
We watched Revolutionary War movies on Christmas night because that's appropriate.
By the way,
Depressing.
do you know that every 4th of July I watch on July the 3rd I started watching John Adams, the Paul Giamatti thing, and I watch it straight on through until it's done. It is an
It's excellent.
It's an yeah. I mean, it's like I never thought that Paul Giamatti would make a good John Adams, and there I am, utterly convinced when he says "my country." So I love it very much.
Yeah.
By the way, for those of you who don't know Selena from the last time she visited us, The Line of Splendor, a novel of Nathanael Greene and the American Revolution, is available for purchase not only on her website but everywhere books are sold. You can buy it on Amazon as well. The link actually takes you there. So I want you guys to make your way over, and I want to kind of give people another primer on you again. You've won some historical fiction awards. You've been a presenter. You've been a historian over at allthingsliberty.com. Tell us a little bit about your passion for Nathanael Greene, again, where it comes from, and then we'll kind of give a brief background on Greene before digging into what we're talking about specifically today.
Sounds good. Just briefly, I actually wrote a 4-book historical fantasy series about the American Revolution that spanned 1774 through the siege of Yorktown in 1781, and it was a lot of fun, a lot of incredible amount of research. Nathanael Greene, of course, was a character in that series, and when the series was done and published, I felt like I wasn't done with him. So I did a couple more years deep research and decided to write this novel where he was the main character and it was about him. So that's basically how I fell into him.
And let's kind of pivot to Greene, too. First of all, talk about Greene, but then explain your passion for him. And by the way, I think it's a completely justified passion. Nathanael Greene, we think so much of the Founding Fathers. We think so much of people signing documents and, pontificating with great speeches. This is in many ways, is a Founding Father of action. I mean, there are so many people who are responsible for the big win of 1776 to 81. Can you kind of talk about why you gravitate into his sphere based on his bio?
I think that there were several things that attracted me to him, and he was really sensitive to criticism, and you can tell that by reading his letters, which makes him a person. We all tend to have sensitivity to things. He fought the entire 8 years of the war and faced incredible hardships, and like they all did. And yet he persevered. He had a limp and asthma. He didn't let those things slow him down at all. When George Washington needed a general to go to and say, hey, I need you to do this, that, and the other, he would do it and do it to the best of his ability. When he was quartermaster general of the Continental Army, he despised that job the entire 2.5 years. Yet he did his very best with what he had to perform those quartermaster general duties. I just saw him as a strong man who also had weaknesses and who was madly in love with his wife, Katie, which was another thing that's a great love affair story that's in the book, and it's all true and based on their relationship. So I think that was just the overall thing I saw in him was his strengths and weaknesses, and admired both of them.
Let's kind of talk about him too as a person, because you brought up some really great points. Is the fact that, and we often we fall guilty of what a lot of historians call presentism. The idea that we don't realize the struggles that people had back then because we assign the realities of our nows to then. A limp is bad enough. A lot of people back in those days were used to kind of dealing with pain at a level that we can't even conceive of. Even the process of having aspirin, the Native Americans actually were more advanced than we were at that time in dealing with what we call low-level pain, because they didn't simply rely on alcohol to get rid of it. But asthma in particular is anyone, as Teddy Roosevelt's story proves, anyone who perseveres and overcomes asthma back in those days really in many ways is fighting what for us these days would be a heroic struggle, because all the things that control asthma now, which is still a serious problem that can give you a heart attack if you're not careful, he was dealing with that without the benefit of any sort of modern medications. Talk about how that affected him as a human being.
Well, as it affected him as a human being, he would struggle with it, lose a lot of sleep. He'd write to his wife, I haven't slept in 4 days because I was sleeping in a dusty bed that gave me asthma. I can't imagine him he worked in an iron forge before the war, so we're talking a lot of smoke, and then he's on the battlefields where there's a lot of smoke. And it bothered him a lot. He wrote often about his asthma in his letters, and one of the articles I wrote for the Journal of the American Revolution describes his physical ailments and how he had to tackle them. He also had a smallpox scar on his right eyeball, and his eyes were infected a lot. And he would write letters saying he couldn't hardly see what he was doing because he had these horrible eye infections. And like you said, there was no way to get, we could take antibiotics now or something, however those are treated. But he had nowhere to turn to make his asthma better or to get rid of his eye infections quickly. They would pass, but they would come back again. So it was a real struggle for him. It bothered him enough that he would write about it to family and to George Washington even, and say, I've been sick with this. And so it was tough for him.
Yeah, and by the way, here's some fun facts for people who don't know this. He has been portrayed by Andy Stahl in The Patriot. He has been portrayed by David Ferry in the 2000 TV movie The Crossing. And most recently, did you figure out or did you know who did the voice of him in Ken Burns' American Revolution?
No, I did not.
It's Liev Schreiber.
Really?
Which, of course, I mean, it's like you get the most gravelly, badass guy in the world to do Nathanael Green. It's just like, you get Ray Donovan to play, Nathanael Green, which I think in many ways makes me feel really happy. It's almost like Ken Burns was saying, who can we get that, the people who are big Nathanael Green supporters can really feel good about. And I feel in many ways, I keep thinking about Ray Donovan with all his aches and pains and Shriver's, very gravelly, tough voice. And it really kind of fits in. It's really kind of a perfect choice for a person. What's interesting to me about him is the fact that it's one of those situations where, I'm going to give you a really weird analogy here. Bear with me. Bobby Cox, who was the manager of the Atlanta Braves, was their general manager who built the team that he would ultimately end up managing. He really wanted to be a GM all of his life, but at the end of the day, he realized that his services were required down in the dugout as the manager, and then he gave up that position to another man so he could come down from the front office and run it from the dugout. In many ways, Green, people don't realize this, is that he's celebrated as a quartermaster, when the truth of the matter was, as a Southern general and strategist, he's pretty darn good too as well, isn't he?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. And it's a great story of sacrifice to a large degree, because what he really wanted was the battlefield honor he so richly deserved, and he had to give that up on time to time to basically get the books and the gunpowder straightened out for the Colonial Army, right?
Yes, and that's exactly what his problem was about being quartermaster general, was that he was taken from field command. And in fact, the title of my book, The Line of Splendor, is a line that he wrote to a Pennsylvania politician named Joseph Reed. And he told them, achingly, they have removed me from the line of splendor, meaning they made him quartermaster general, and he was extremely upset about being taken away from the field. Because back then, being on the field and getting wounded was kind of an honor, so they called it the line of splendor. His big thing was going down to the South after, let's see, 1, 2, 3 other major generals failed in the South. One of them lost Savannah, Georgia. One lost Charleston, South Carolina. And the third one, named Horatio Gates, who they called the hero of Saratoga. Horatio Gates lost an army to General Charles Cornwallis, the British general who was in command of the Southern Army at the time, the British Southern Army. So, they had three generals before him who were basically chased out, and this time Congress had appointed these generals themselves to take over the Southern Army. After Horatio Gates failed in August 1780 in Camden, South Carolina, after he was beaten there, Congress told Washington, you pick who you want to go down there and command the Southern Army. And like Washington always did, he picked Nathanael Greene. And like Nathanael Greene always did, he did the best of his ability.
By the way, for those of you who don't know Nathanael Greene, and you should know Nathanael Greene, by the way, if you actually look up SelenaBBaker.com online, you'll actually find out more about him. We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again. In so many ways, it's fail better. You know what I'm saying? That really, yes. It's a real study in that. The other thing that's really cool, and I don't know if you've made these connections, I think to a large degree in looking over your stuff that you have, is a great reminder. Even though it's painful for people who like to get action, we have had a lot of truckers and a lot of trucking industry people on this show. The number of people who started off as a truck driver or a mechanic who then moved to administrative positions, who then moved to owning their own company. In many ways, you can make a case that Greene's understanding of how the Army was set up and what resources it was capable of raising and putting together actually helped make him a more informed general when he gets down south. Is that fair?
Yes, that I would say absolutely. He spent a lot of time writing for Washington about the state of the Army. So you had to know what was going on to write letters to Congress about the state of the Army. And he learned all of these things, as you were saying, as he moved up in his knowledge and his skills.
My co-host, who actually arrives on the show at at 9 o'clock on the dot, has her own show, her own podcast called We Should Write. And what it's about the healing power of writing. One of the really great things about this story is that writing for Nathanael Greene, and I'd love you to kind of, if you agree, writing for Nathanael Greene seems to accomplish two things. One, because he's writing for Washington to give him assessments of what his supply chain looks like, and also helping Washington write to Congress to kind of explicate that. That provides his ability to figure out how to do his job so well. That's part of the power of his writing. The other part of the power of his writing is, if I remember correctly, he stays, and you've mentioned this, I think, he stays in very close touch with his wife, who he adores, and that provides him the therapeutic outlet he needs to be able to deal with the lows emotionally. Can you talk about that relationship with his wife and how it got him through the darkest times?
She would come to camp to visit him during their winter cantonments. Martha Washington did the same thing with George Washington, and actually the two of them were very close friends. But she was with Nathanael as much as she could possibly be, so that because they were newly married when the war broke out, and then suddenly he's gone, and she's newly pregnant, and they've been married like a year. And he needed that support from her. They needed that support from each other. He's suddenly gone, not at home with her. She's a bride expecting a first child. And he's suddenly in a war and literally pretty much suddenly in a war. And when she comes to camp, they can be domestic. They can show their love for one another, their support. And him being a general, his wife needed to be there to show. That's what those generals' wives did as well. They were socialized. They brought the social activities to camp, and it helped him to have her there so he could talk to her about things. And then when she wasn't there and she couldn't be with him in the South, for instance, and he had all of these trials down there with, you were mentioning his supply lines and the horrors of what was going on in the South, he could turn to her and write whatever he felt and how he felt about what was happening. When he felt that things were going badly, he could write to her and say, things are going badly. And she would write back to him. It helped him emotionally, and it helped her to be able to go to cantonments. She didn't always bring the children. She was a bit of an absent mother and left their kids with Nathanael's older brother, Jacob, most of the time, and sometimes with her family on Block Island and off the coast of Rhode Island. But I think it kept Nathanael going, knowing that he had his wife and children waiting for him, and that he was doing this for them as well, for their future as well. They were very much in love.
Yeah, and it really sounds like that. And like I said, one of the reasons why I think we read history is not just that we have a great scope of the story of ourselves. The idea of the big picture story is, as you probably can guess, and one of the reasons why when you said you want to talk about Nathanael Greene again, and I brought up his wife, the majority of our listeners are over-the-road truck drivers. The majority of our listeners spend a lot of time on the road away from the people that they love. And I do feel like in some of the correspondence, but also in some of their lived experience, that it's a great lesson if you want to maintain a marriage when somebody is gone for a long periods of time, is to reduce the amount of time that you're away from them any way you possibly can. That's what really seems to be the emotional lesson here. The idea is that if you want to maintain a great relationship when you have a great distance involved, remove the distance as much as possible, correct?
Yes, and she rode all the way from Rhode Island in 1782, late 1781, early 1782, in a small carriage with, I think, one servant, all the way from Rhode Island to Charleston, South Carolina. That is a long, long trip for a lady in those days, just to be with him. Just to spend time with him. It didn't matter how far she had to go. She did it anyway. And that's pretty brave for a woman back in those days and those conditions. You know, the roads are terrible. She doesn't know what to expect when she gets down there. It's different down there. Rhode Island, I've been to Rhode Island, to his houses there, and it's not like South Carolina. So, yes. As much as you could possibly close the distance when you can.
By the way, Selena, I'll put this in perspective, one that both you and our listeners will understand. If you take I-95 south from Providence, Rhode Island to South Carolina's Charleston, it is without stop, if you do not stop, it is a 14-hour and 26-minute drive, 946. By the way, that's headed in a car. That's doing anywhere from 75 to 80 to really inspired driving down that route. That's a brutal ride, as anybody can tell you, even by our friends in trucking. By the way, you can't do that, in trucking. You can't do that in one day because you'd actually use up all your hours. That's a modern version of that. Can you guys imagine in horse and carriage what that trip must have been like? Every moment of anticipation, every moment worried if you're going to get basically pulled over by British troops, to be dedicated to somebody that much and to be that much in love, to take that ride over that distance. I mean, I know people that if somebody told them tomorrow, I love you, I want to spend the rest of my life with you, and they were told they had to drive 14 hours, they might give it a second thought, Right. And it's an amazing story that no distance could keep these two people apart. The other thing is, too, if I was going to ask you about Greene in regards to what his contribution, not just to the immediate outcome of the war, but do you feel like there are lessons to be learned from his military exploits that become part of what I would call military lore, the idea lessons to be learned about how to conduct oneself beyond just on a personal level, but from a strategic level about the way he handled supplies? Are there any kind of tips in how he handles his affairs that apply to modern day?
That's a really good question. What his strategy, I don't know how well it was applied in modern day, as if you could actually execute it because of the situation down in the South there, where there was the Patriots and the Loyalists, like in the movie The Patriot. They're busy fighting each other, and this is something that gets to him really bad. It seems seeing this stuff going on. So these days, you don't really have that kind of thing. He has to deal with them fighting each other. But the perseverance that he applied to his strategy, I think, is the biggest lesson. He decided he was going to take up the British outpost in South Carolina. And, of course, he didn't do that all by himself. He had Light Horse Harry Lee and some of the militia generals down there helping him. But he persevered. He said, we're going to go wipe these out, and we're going to do it no matter what.
By the way, it may not be applicable to the United States, but that is the foundation of General Ulysses S. Grant's Southern Campaign, and Sherman as well, too, which is the principle of the objective. The point is to get rid of these things, and it doesn't matter how we do it. That becomes a real kind of American foundational kind of policy, the idea that rather than playing by a rule book or following a specific strategy, the principle of the objective is to get those outposts, and we're going to get them no matter how we have to do it. That's a great value lesson. What are you working on now? We're almost out of time here. What do you got next cooking?
I am going to be publishing a book this summer about another patriot who's much less well-known. His name is Dr. Joseph Warren. He was a Boston physician, son of liberty, politician. He sent Paul Revere and William Dawes on their midnight ride to Lexington and Concord. He was in charge of the government there for a while, the illegal government at the time. He died at the Battle of Bunker Hill at age 34. Left 4 orphan children behind, and his story is a little bit tragic, kind of like Nathanael Green, who died at 43. And Dr. Warren died at 34. If you go to Boston and you go to Bunker Hill, there's a lodge next door to the monuments right there. And if you go in that lodge, there's a giant marble statue of Dr. Joseph Warren honoring his death at Bunker Hill. So hopefully people who don't know about him will pick up the book and read about the rebellion, and Sam Adams, John Hancock. All of those guys are in the book because they were his contemporaries and his patients as well.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm working on. Should be published this summer.
I'm sure Colonel Prescott's lurking around someplace in that story
He's lurking
as well.
a little bit. Absolutely.
With a famous quote or two that he may or may not have said.
Right.
Of course, that's always another level of speculation. And by the way, just a quick reminder, guys, we lost Bunker Hill. What we did prove, though, to the French was that if we were given the proper equipment, we could win the thing. That's one of the great values, that Dr. Warren did not die in vain, nor did any of the men who held that hill as long as they did. Selena, as always, you're welcome back anytime. We love having you on. We wish you the best of success in this new year, and you keep on watching The Devil Wears Prada and Thelma and Louise, and we'll all hold hands as the car goes off the cliff. Okay?
Yay! I would love to come back whenever you have me. Next time I'll talk about Joseph Warren, and maybe you guys will be interested in that. So.
I'm interested in whatever you have to say, as we love allthingsliberty.com. Oh, and by the way, happy 250. We're right in the middle of America's terrible twos. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much.
Happy New Year. Thank you.
All righty. We're going to come back on the other side, roll out that welcome mat. Look busy, look accordingly. Look left, look right, look both ways. We celebrate all kinds and both kinds because Lindsay Lawler is joining us, and Scott Shea is too immediately after that. Bring it on home to me because we're talking Sam Cooke. We're talking country and western music news, all kinds of groovy stuff.
You You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Nothing's changed.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Oh, yeah.
Are we? Is this thing on? Wait, hang on. Is this thing on?
Is this thing on? Is this thing on? It's
Still
on.
work?
It's on.
Okay.
It's
just
on.
making sure.
Wheels have come off, but we're still rolling. We're still rolling. Good
I like
morning.
It. Happy New Year. Happy 2026.
Well, I'm glad to be
Year
here.
of the Fire Horse, baby. Year of the Fire Horse. Goodbye, Year of the Snake. You shedding mother, you know
Pus
water.
bucket.
You. No, I'm just kidding. I never want to be one of those people who's like, that year sucked. Now, good riddance to it. I think people say that every year. And because every year we focus back on what was bad, and then just so we can make it be like, but you know, this year is going to be so much better. But I'm going to write down things all throughout the year. I have a new journal that's just for little quick, like, that was a positive thing that happened today. A journal just for that, because I saw somebody doing this the other day, and it's then you look back at the end of the year, so this time next year, and you look back and say, oh, there were good things that happened, because there were. Amidst some of the crap that happened in everyone's life, as happens every year, there were also a lot of beautiful things. So I'm not going to be that, like, see you later, screw you, Year of the Snake. But what I will say is the Year of the Snake lived up to its name.
Oh.
Sheddings, endings, coming out of my skin, coming out of our skin. And now I'm ready to run with fire behind me, bitches. Happy New Year.
By the way, just to give a couple of quick shout outs to you, Lindsay, loaded and headed to freedom. That's from the Paranormal Pie Man. He's going to Wisconsin. Jerry Bauer says good morning and Happy New Year to you, Lindsay. By the way, Trucker Bosun, in referring to the romance that we were talking about in the last half hour, says I talk to Penny Lane at least 5 to 6 times a day when I'm on the road. Good for you. Bruce Almighty says good morning, hashtag RGR, Happy New Year. And
Good morning, friends. Well, I have missed the drivers, but they haven't gone anywhere. They were commenting online during Christmas and New Year's. We saw everybody still very active, staying in the community. I like that.
I very much like that, by the way, and I had a long time to think over the extended break that we took about Communitas, and I've got some big plans. You and I will talk sooner rather than later, although I do want to point out the fact, Lindsay, that you made a really good point in a text message we exchanged, that even when your parents are in shape and kind of taking care of themselves, that taking care of old folks is still taking care of old folks. And I had a couple of experiences over the last week that gave my heart a bit of a jump. Everything is fine, but as I told you, my dad took a fall that could have been a hell of a lot worse. And it was like I saw my whole new year flashing before my eyes. He went down in slow motion. You know what I'm talking about?
I did that on New Year's.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
it just, I'm telling you, he was so lucky. He made two great decisions, the first of which is he decided to simply fall. And Dre knows what I'm talking about here, too.
That's like a football move.
Yeah.
Lean into the tuck and roll.
He
Tuck
knew-
and roll, baby.
I watched it happen, and he fell. And the only thing that he hurt was his shoulder because he hit the wall. But he made the wise decision, guys, not to use his hands, not to try to grab anything, and not to use his hands to break the fall.
Yeah.
I can't tell you. It probably saved us a hospital trip. Really quickly, what is wonderful is my sister, my nephew Jack, my niece Molly were next door. They heard it. They were in the house so quickly, Lindsay. It was really moving, as a matter of fact. And because my dad has lost so much weight, getting him up off the floor was not a chore or an embarrassment for him, which was really awesome. Really awesome that he was able to kind of spring back up. I mean, he was hurt and shaken, but the fact is, because he's lost 60 pounds, it wasn't like this titanic struggle to get him up off the floor. He was able to pull himself
get
up.
like a therapeutic massage to work out his shoulder. Seamus was told he was going to need surgery on his shoulder, and instead he's been having this guy do some muscle work just on it, and all of a sudden now he doesn't need surgery.
Yeah, it's. I have to tell you, man, those kind of, sometimes you ought to just check in to make sure before they start cutting you up or moving things around that maybe a little bit of hot cold exposure, maybe some really gifted hands might actually get you to the finish line. By the way,
Hands. Don't go to a place called Gifted Hands, though. That's a different. Don't Google that either, by the way. Guys.
Speaking of gifted, we're going to talk about a gifted voice just here in a moment here on Road Gang Radio. It's a great show today. I think that your country western lineup, Lindsay, is amazing.
I don't think I'm going to get to it all, probably, because I think we will. This will be our I can never say this word. In memoriam. Why is that word so hard for
I'm
me?
going to make it actually easy for you. Memoriam.
But I said it right?
You
Memoriam?
did. Yeah.
In memoriam?
Yeah, in
Not
memoriam.
memoriam.
Yeah.
Memoriam.
You can say but it's better to say in memoriam.
In memoriam.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will do our in memoriam to talk about, not everybody, certainly as per every year we lose people, but hit a few of the highlights, wrong word, you know what I mean. We want to touch base on some people who specifically had a big impact on country music, whether that be from TV, film, or music. They had an impact on country music. So I want to touch on some of them, as well as the New Year's Eve Nashville New Year's Eve country show that happened here, which was a cluster, and I would prefer to never be a part of anything like that, even if I was on stage, but it went well. So we're going to dive into that a little bit. And the odd Lainey Wilson appearance during the Minnesota Vikings game on Christmas. So we're going to dive into all those things, as well as something I find actually pretty cool, Jim, that I want to tell you about. We've talked a lot about how this would be interesting to get Scott Shea's take on this as well. But everybody talks a lot about like freaking out about AI and the music scene and what it's doing to artists, but nobody really talks about, or too publicly, what we're doing about it. And an outlet that I really like here called Saving Country Music, a publication here in Nashville, they're doing something kind of interesting to just show here's what we can do about it, to not combat it, to sequester it, or to make its own. You know, I've talked a lot, Jim, that I think that we should just have in the Grammys or the ACMs or whatever a category for AI generated music, AI generated artists. Let them live. They're not going away, so just let them have their own category. You guys play over there, we'll play over here, but we all kind of play together. Anyway, we're going to talk about what Saving Country Music is doing, because it's very interesting and it shows how we can all do our own part in whatever industry or area we are.
Yeah, it's and by the way, if we have time, I know a little bit about the story about the musician you want to talk about, the songwriter musician. movie soundtrack writer. David Malloy knows him really well, knew him really well. I know a little bit about that story, but I know you have inside information about that. I don't know if we'll get to everything.
To Eddie Rabbit he's referring to.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get to
Probably
everything.
not. We'll probably have to save Eddie Rabbit for another time.
But
But lots to come. And it all fits in with the show. With one of our favorite music journalists, period, producers, speakers, Scott Shea joining us here in just a minute. We're going to dive into Sam Cooke today. And then after that, we're talking Dolly Parton.
Oh, my, it's a great show.
Great show. And fabulous author, woman Martha Ackmann will be joining us. She has a new book on Dolly Parton. And that was beautiful to read. I'm about 3/4 of the way through it. But good show today, Jim. Very music forward. So, that makes me.
It's almost like your spirit animal over there in California kind of what decided to bring you back with a lot of joy and a bang.
That's
And
what
by the
Claire
way,
got me for Christmas.
And by the way, Scott Shea is somebody that I always consider a gift that keeps on giving. We pivot.
Pivot. We're pivoting. Guys, Road Gang Radio here. One of our favorite returning guests. Anytime I see Scott Shea's name pop up on our calendar, I'm like, thank God. Somebody we can talk music, speak like, not thank God like the other guests suck. Obviously, that's not what I mean. But we're always
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. You're nice. I'm not.
Well, I don't know about that. We're always excited when he returns. But someone who is, we've talked many different. His book. We've had him on. I think that's how we initially met him. But then we realized, oh my gosh, Scott can talk about any artist, anything. He's got a beautiful column. He's a journalist, longtime radio producer, and one of those voices who knows how to tell a music story with like heart and context. He balances those worlds really well. He currently works on Seize the Day with Gus Lloyd over on SiriusXM. He's produced 6 nationally aired audio documentaries, and he's the author of All the Leaves Are Brown, How the Mamas and Papas Came Together and Broke Apart. His latest piece for The Strange Brew, he's turning his attention to one of the most influential and perhaps most complicated voices in American music history, Sam Cooke. Through 6 songs, Scott explores Cooke's life, his artistry, his legacy, and some of the unanswered questions that still surround the very tragic death of Sam Cooke. So Scott Shea joins us now. We couldn't be happier. Happy New Year, Scott. Welcome back.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, Scott, I'm going to dive in right now and just basically say that Sam Cooke's live album is in my top 5 albums of all time. And one of the things that is so amazing about it is that people can't escape who they are. Of course, he came from a very religious background of basically a call and response church. And anybody that hears that particular album, at some point you realize, oh my God, he is literally a minister going back and forth with the crowd, except that the content is incredibly sexually charged and involves a lot of betrayal, a lot of infidelity, and a lot of really loose living. And in many ways, his music represents
Sounds like a Tuesday to me.
It really is, doesn't it? Except it's Freaky Feisty Friday, which is kind of perfect to have Scott on. So I kind of wanted you to talk a little bit about giving people a background on Sam Cooke before we get to these 6 songs, because I really think in your last couple of essays that you figured out something really clever that acknowledges the modern way people consume content while at the same time giving them deep content. But talk about Sam Cooke first.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sam Cooke came up, like you said, from the spiritual ranks. He was part of the Soul Stirrers originally. I think he was 15 maybe when he joined them in 1950, or was close to that, you know. They were a legendary gospel quartet that formed in Texas. And, he came along and filled up Rebert Harris's spot, who was one of the original singers, or not original, but one of the, first. And Sam really sought to imitate him. And it was, I think, Sam's imitation of Rebert Harris that gave us his style. Which is incredible. But like you said, I mean, it was like the Harlem Square Club live album that you referred to was sexually charged. But, I think even some of his stuff with the Soul Stirrers, I have some of his, there's a box set of him with the Soul Stirrers that's got a live performance, and it's not that much different from that Harlem Square Club live album. And, I was watching that documentary on Netflix about the 2 killings of Sam Cooke, and there were a lot of women who went to go see Sam sing with the Soul Stirrers that weren't really religious or spiritual. they were just smitten with him and wanted to see him sing, and got almost kind of Elvis-like with him. But so and it really formed his style of singing, like it did with so many artists, country artists and rhythm and blues artists. A lot of artists in the black community came up that way through the spiritual ranks. Think of guys like Johnny Taylor and Lou Rawls, who also sang with the Soul Stirrers, and Curtis Mayfield and Jerry Butler and other people, Smokey Robinson I've written about. That's where they all got their start. But Sam was kind of the beacon for all those guys. He really got it going. He moved into the secular field in 56, 57, and just created. It was a little bit of start and stop in the beginning, but he was able to really forge a unique sound that was so incredibly joyful. I think, you get the joyful aspects from the gospel songs, and also there's also joy in Sam's voice when he's singing sad songs. He's so infectious. It's such a wonderful singing style that I've been attracted to since I was a little kid. I remember my dad had the best of Roy Orbison and the best of Sam Cooke, and he duped them onto cassette. And, side A was Roy Orbison, side B was Sam Cooke, and it was like ear candy,
And what's really cool, well, there's so many things to unpack, and obviously we'll dive in, before we dive into sort of both the tragedy and some of these songs, I one thing that was really great about your article to me is that you didn't flatten Sam into this, saint or some sort of cautionary tale or whatever. You let him really be complicated. And I'm just curious to you, how conscious that is, and why do you think it's so important, maybe especially now, but to tell these music stories that really allow the musician to be fully human and not sort of justify why they did anything. You know what I mean?
Well, there used to be a way of reporting or writing. There's a movie called The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. It's a great John Wayne movie. And there's a famous line at the end where the editor of the newspaper says, "When the legend becomes truth, print the legend." I'm the opposite. I would rather hear the truth because I find the truth to be more interesting. I think we all do, right? It's more compelling. It's much more of an interesting story, and you just can't get around it. Because when you're just concentrating on the legend, you just feel like you're being lied to. To me, it's just interesting because we've all experienced things. We're all human. We all have the same experience, whether you're a famous singer or, you work on a production line or you produce a radio show or something like that. We all have the same experiences. We can all identify on some level, or have people in our lives that are like that and we can identify with. So, there was really no way around it. I mean, Sam, his artistry was the complete opposite of the way his personal life was going, and unfortunately he didn't live long enough to turn it around or what, and he went through a lot of the things that a lot of people went through at that time in music, trouble at home and infidelity and really just being in places where he shouldn't have been that ended up costing him his life, but it was the complete opposite of the music that he sang. So I don't know. I just found it incredibly interesting. There's a lot of conspiracy theories out there as to why he died or stuff like that. I didn't really get into that because I didn't know that the two killings of Sam Cooke, the documentary on Netflix, did a pretty good job with that. I didn't want to get into that, but you can't have the bitter, you can't have the sweet without the bitter.
Well, I just want to real quick, Jim, point out too that quote, print the legend, that comes from before we have social media as well. So I wonder how much of sort of if you think the truth side, people are seeking truth, and certainly there's a lot of people who put themselves out there and try to show the perfect side. But social media gives us everybody anybody, the common folk, we all get a chance to do our own digging and learn our own stories and find what is truthful for us, I think. And so that's interesting. So then you as a journalist, Scott, I do like your take that it's like, all I can tell is the facts that I know and then tell your truth in it. So does your truth and your perspective, I almost want to say, does that haunt you a little bit, trying to be like, you know, the I guess the weight of when you tell a story, you're like, this seems truthful to me whether it is or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to, you know, sometimes you got to find the right words, because you also don't want to sound like you're being judgy either, you know. It's and you can't help but that, like, I remember reading a reviewer on my Mamas and Papas book, you know, when that came out, and the person who, it wasn't a professional reviewer, it was just, you know, some random person wrote, this person obviously hates the Mamas and the Papas.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, how did you come away with that? It's like, you know, I like them. That's why I wrote about them. But, you know, there's some people don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear the bad stories or the you know, the things that make these people uniquely human. You know, it's there's a line. You know, and it's not hard. Sometimes I might need a day or two to kind of ruminate over it and figure out how I want to portray it. But, you know, ultimately you got to go with it, and you just got to try to do it in an honest, forthright fashion.
The thing is, too, is the fact that if I often find that I find John Phillips much more interesting knowing how incredibly flawed he was, and at the same time he was able to turn around and with his co-conspirators create the Monterey Pop Festival. You know, the idea that I find it more fascinating when people who are incredibly flawed. I mean, if in fact these people are gods, well, then what they do comes easy. But these are people who struggle with all kinds of terrible stuff. But the other thing is, too, even in the example of his death, if you go back and you listen to Bring It On Home to Me, particularly the way he kind of riffs in the middle of that during the Harlem Club concert, you can tell that both he and his wife are a bunch of scheming cheaters who nonetheless deeply love each other at the same time, and informs it. I do want to talk about some of the songs here, and I'm actually going to start at the end. A lot of people don't realize that the song Yeah Man, I wasn't familiar with this, the idea that Yeah Man really bleeds beautifully into a song that becomes an even bigger hit, correct?
Right, Sweet Soul Music by Arthur Conley. You know, do you like good music? You know, everybody knows that one, right? And Sam laid the blueprint. It wasn't exactly a carbon copy, but that was the opening line for Yeah Man, and it has a similar rhythm, you know. And Arthur Conley, who was a protege of Otis Redding, much in the way that Lou Rawls was a protege of Sam Cooke. You know, they wrote that one together, and it became a huge hit. I mean, it's still played everywhere. You still hear it, you know. And they ended up in litigation with J.W. Alexander and got Sam a posthumous co-writer credit on that. But yeah, you go back and listen to it. It's different because it's a tribute to like dance steps for Sam Cooke, but they turned it into a tribute. They obviously improved on it and made it a tribute to artists. Interestingly, they didn't include Sam Cooke, though. I thought that was kind of interesting. You know, it's like, wow, you think they would have done that?
Well, no, I think they didn't do it because I think they were getting away with something and wanted to make sure if we mentioned Sam Cooke's name, people are going to go, wait a minute, Yeah Man? Is that Yeah Man we're listening to? And Lindsay, the other cool thing I kept thinking about, and I'd love for both you and Scott to talk about this, is it's a great example of forget about rap music and forget about country. These folks, Solomon Burke, Sam Cooke, Ray Charles, all of them were actually shouting out to each other inside of songs, which is a really kind of cool thing. That shout out culture inside of songs was happening with these guys as well, right? That's fair.
Yeah, well, absolutely. You know, you know, that might have been. I mean, no, I can't say that that's probably not the first example, but it's a very early example, you know, of that happening. So you know, I was just trying to. Yeah, I learned that maybe 15 years ago about that song, and it's always fascinating, and you know, just again, there's nothing new under the sun, right?
Well, and it also, you know, you mentioned something when talking about Yeah Man about and also with Sam getting posthumously being credited on the songwriting front. You know, myself as a singer-songwriter, what kind of strikes me about Sam Cooke is that he wasn't just an amazing vocalist, which he was, but my word for 2026 is vision. And he was such a visionary. Like, he understood, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he understood, you know, publishing and ownership and that real crossover appeal and maybe most importantly, of course, cultural responsibility before any of that language was really talked about from an artistry standpoint. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but do you think he was ahead of his time and that way, and that maybe made him even more vulnerable?
Oh yeah, especially the way the culture was, being a black artist in that time period, pre-civil rights era. It was a bold step, and I don't know that he was the first, but he was definitely one of the first to start his own label, to start his own publishing company, to produce other artists, and have hits with them. There were minor hits, for other artists, but I think had he continued down that route, he probably would have produced some other hit makers. So yeah, he was definitely a trailblazer in that respect. And the cream always rises to the top, and Sam Cooke was definitely in the cream there. And you see other artists doing it as well. White artists, black artists. The best always seem to want to expand, to bring it out, to bring more to the people, and Sam certainly did that. He formed SAR Records, and his publishing company with J.W. Alexander, and unfortunately Alan Klein, so he was definitely in the black community one of the first to do it, and in the growing rock and roll community, which was still, at the point of Sam's death, was still kind of looked down upon.
I go back to that Harlem album, by the way, really quickly, guys. Really quickly also as well. I'm going to be posting Scott's article on my own Facebook page, and the recommendation I'm making here and there is to listen to the song first and then read Scott's musings on it, because it really informs it beautifully. He's actually got links where you can listen to those songs as well. The other heartbreaking thing about Cooke is the fact that you can hear it in that Harlem concert, Harlem Club concert. What's so interesting about it to me is that, can you imagine what the late 60s would have done for Sam? He would have actually may have been the first African American to create a real concept album, because there are suggestions. He keeps on throughout all of his songs referring to lyrics from other songs. He actually is developing a theme that plays throughout. There's a real kind of thematic concern in his works as a songwriter. Do you think that's fair?
Oh yeah, I think so. I mean, there's an album that the title escapes me at the moment that he did with RCA. That was kind of like a loosely based theme album, but yeah, I totally agree. I think he would have. I think he probably would have been like Curtis Mayfield style. I think that's a good comp. I think Curtis kind of picked up that legacy really pretty quickly. Obviously they're completely different artists and stuff like that, but they have a very similar background and a very similar leadership style. And so I definitely could have seen Sam doing something that what it would have looked like. I have no idea, but I could certainly see Sam heading down in that direction, especially if that's the way it was trending.
Okay, a change is going to come. Let's talk about that 2026. Let's talk about that prophecy.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Lindsay will be here all next week.
Maybe, we'll see. A change is going to come as prophecy. When we listen to this now, it doesn't, to me, feel just hopeful. It really does feel prophetic. And you hear both faith but also exhaustion in it. So, is that really leading to the heavy burden that Sam knew he had to carry as a black artist, that moment in history? And I guess in your opinion, Scott, why is that song on my 2026 playlist?
It's timeless. You know? I mean, like you said, it's a message of hope, and it's a very human song. Where no matter how much we get beat down, we're always, there's always hope. Hope springs eternal. As an Alabama grad yesterday, I got to watch my football team get decimated by the Indiana Hoosiers. But
I didn't mean to laugh, but I went to OU, Scott. So
it's been a long time coming.
So I did need to laugh just a little.
But I was hopeful. I'm hopeful for 2026. Hope springs eternal. So, but we're beat down, but you have faith and hope, and you hold the line and things like that. But you go back into that time period. it's so reflective. It was really Sam's first topical song. He hadn't really ventured into that territory, and he didn't really have time to do any more. Really, I off the top of my head, there might be one or two others, but I can't really think of any. But it was a topical song, right as the civil rights movement, the death of John F. Kennedy, the start of the Vietnam War, and I think he had his finger on the pulse of what a lot of people, especially Black Americans, were feeling at that time, borne down, like you said. But there's hope. There's hope that this ship is going to get righted, and not long after Sam died, or maybe shortly before, was the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and it did give us desegregation. So. There's always going to be, especially in this age we live in with social media, and the politics is always divisive, and there's always going to be people who feel beat down by the other side, and it's just a good song to help you through that, and to just to lend a positive message and to understand the human condition. And I think Sam really nailed it with that one.
The human condition, by the way, Lindsay, is Scott Shea's specialty when it comes to music, by the way. And if we haven't told you enough, guys, you need to head on over to Scott's website. That's scottsheaauthor.com. You can find him on the Twitter and the Instagram at Scott Shea Author. By the way, his book about the Mamas and the Papas is required reading. And no, he doesn't hate the Mamas and the Papas. He's simply honest.
Why would he spend his whole time writing a book on something that he hated?
By the way,
come on, dum-dums.
No, people do that, by the way.
I know,
Edgar Allan
but
Poe.
not Scott.
Not Scott.
Scott lives in the land of promise.
And by the way, All the Leaves Are Brown, How the Mamas and the Papas Came Together and Broke Apart is everywhere that books are sold. And if you are a student of rock and roll history, it is must read. Happy New Year, Scott.
Thanks, guys. Happy New Year to you, too.
Scott, do you have a word for 2026?
Hope springs eternal. Right?
I love it. Keep holding on. Keep holding on, Scott.
See you down by the river, Scott. Thank you so much, my friend. Bye.
All right, guys. See you.
Bye-bye. What a guy. Talking music. Let's talk about our words in this next. Hey, if you're listening and you haven't got your word for 2026 yet, think about it on this commercial break.
You've already
failed.
Give us
a call after that. Yeah, you've already failed. 2026 is over. Look to 2027. Hope springs eternal. We'll be right back. Huh?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Friday. Friday, Friday.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Welcome back. Hey, Jim, at the beginning of the show, you mentioned, your father, which you texted me about, who had taken a fall, and luckily he is okay-ish. Will be okay. And I responded to you and said, my mom, she's been limping for a while. We didn't know why. Turns out her limping and like total pain on her foot, yet still going to her workout classes and doing it anyway. And also, by the way, she has osteoporosis, so them bones don't just grow back. You know what I'm saying?
They don't.
Turns out her foot was broken, and she's just been existing, hobbling around and still working out with a broken foot, and has to have surgery. So she's doing that surgery next week. Now, I bring that all up because also, I told my dad the other day, my dad is great about telling me when I am doing ridiculous things. You know that. You met my dad. He loves to tell me when I'm crazy. He loves to tell me, he's like, you guys are ridiculous. He'll say that about anything I do, my husband does. He leans into it. So I happened to call him last night and say, Daddy, I just wanted to let you, we'd already hung up, and I called him right back and said, I just needed to call you back and let you know that you're great at pointing out to me when I'm doing ridiculous things. I would like to do the same to you. What you're doing right now is ridiculous because my 81-year-old father and 77-year-old mother, in great shape, killing it in life, but still just sold their house and bought a new house.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. And by the way, it's a half a mile from their current house, same neighborhood. And when I asked my mom, why are we doing this? She says, well, I need a better house to entertain in. I'm like, who are you entertaining? It's not me, by the way. She has a lot of friends that are like my age too, by the way. So they're literally moving so my mom can have a better entertaining space. Now, mind you, my parents, this will be like their 14th house. They move a lot. This is kind of what they do. They get bored. My parents move houses like somebody who leases cars does. That's my parents, because my mom just needs to redecorate. She is an interior designer, by the way. So, but not necessarily practicing so much anymore outside of herself. So they are moving half a block, but it's all now comes into when she's going to be recovering from foot surgery, trying to pack a house and move it. And yeah. And I was like, before I knew their closing date, I said, we'll totally help, of course, in any way. But I will be, which by the way, I need to talk to you about, going to Belize later in January. So they're like, oh, I guess you can't help now because you'll be in Belize. And
I am so excited for you. Look, wait. Before we'll talk about it later too. Before we get to the adventures of the couple ridiculous or the tribe ridiculi that is your parents, let us take a moment to celebrate the fact that you are going on an amazing adventure.
Have I told you about this?
No, you have not. First time unveiled here on the air. I am so delighted. For anytime anybody goes on an adventure, there are people out there, Lindsay, who go like, well, I'm not going, so poo-poo. But
I hate those people.
My attitude is something great's happening for you. Something great is happening for us all because we get to hear the stories when you get back. Yes. Awesome. Okay, carry on with the tribe of the ridiculous.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way because it just so happens the trip is while we are on air. So I'm so glad you support this.
No, I do, by the way. And it's like, and by the way, I don't know if you've noticed, while, he could never replace you because he is not you, the gentleman sitting to my left right now has turned out to be a pretty damn good ride or die kind of guy.
I was going to say, dude, yeah, you're funny. My dad even texted me and was like, Dre's pretty funny. And I was like, I know, let his freak flag fly. Listening to the open of the show today, y'all's banter was great. And by the way, I even loved when you thought
idea.
PA, Pennsylvania meant paw. I thought I think we should have leaned into that a little more, actually. It's new hair, don't care. New hair, new face, new teeth. Who this?
Ooh, yeah. I got my 2 front teeth for Christmas.
Yeah, all you want for Christmas with your 2 front teeth.
My mom made that joke at lunch. I was like, too soon, Pam, too soon. I don't have them yet. And
it's
then
okay.
I got them.
You're getting, and you got him, and you look great.
Thank
Haircut.
you. Yeah.
Listen, this is your year.
That was my little oh God, what's the word I'm looking for? Because we're talking about words of the day today.
Glow up.
Yeah, but glow up. But it's also the charity from my friend Emily because she runs a salon. She was like, "Hey, come by and see me and all this stuff." And I was like, "Well, I've been needing to get an appointment with you and all this stuff, but I need to get my money right before I go in there and get a cut." She's like, just come sit in a chair. We'll catch
Yes,
up.
Emily.
Yeah, and she ended up just doing it. And I was like, I'm paying you something. She was like, yeah, give me something. So she hooked me up and took very well
Nice.
care of me. And I had a therapy session at the same time, which is much needed.
Perfect.
Oh, my
Right.
God. But yeah, I feel like a new person. New year, new Radio Nemo.
I
Yeah.
love it.
Not-
It's a good energy on air. You can be on air. Continue.
Not losing the thread of what you've been talking about,
Yes.
Lindsay. At the same time, not losing the thread of what Dre just brought up. I would like everybody, maybe once in a while, to consider doing what Dre has done. Is in the first month of the year, I realize resolutions often don't hold, and it's just a number change. Maybe you make that, just like we were talking about maintenance matters today, maybe you just figure out what the date is for when you're going to get that new haircut, when you're actually going to put on some really clean clothes, and when you're going to have your best self forward day. Not a treat yourself day, but a best self forward day. I think that's an awesome thing to kind of consider, because I know Dre felt better coming in today. I know people who are going to Belize feel better coming in today.
Crazy.
Lindsay, continue with the tribe of the Ridiculi.
Yes.
Well, here's what happened. Whoop, clink. Sorry. Here's what happened. I got a text from my dear friend Don Stubbs. So Don and Russell Stubbs. Russell Stubbs is trucking legacy, and she's a rancher in Texas. She and I have been friends for a very long time, and he was a chairman of TCA for a while. Is ATA. Blah blah blah. They're trucking people. They're trucking. They're Texas. They're ranch. They sum up a lot of my life, and they're also Texas country music people. And she texted me and said, I went with her years ago to Isla Mujeres, Mexico. I'd already been to Isla and fell in love with it. And then she invited me back to go to a music festival there. Anytime I say yes to something with Don Stubbs, we have this beautiful adventure. I meet wonderful people. And then I find myself on the board of a music festival or something else like that. That's what happened with that trip. She surrounds herself with interesting, wonderful, lovely people, which I pride myself on as well. So I like to say yes when Dawn calls. And it was such a gift, Jim. She just said, would you by chance be up for being my +1 to go to Belize? I'm going with some Texas music people, some Texas entrepreneurial people. And she's like, all you have to do is get yourself there. Everything else is covered. And it's a Texas music festival going on that's put on by Django Walker, who is Jerry Jeff Walker's son. Jerry Jeff Walker, I grew up on in Texas. Other people performing there are Pat Green, Jack Ingram, like all these guys I grew up on that are like Texas country legends in my mind. And also actually a lot of more up and coming, small following people. But it doesn't matter because honestly, guys, 2026, your numbers on social media don't matter. That is the trend. Just do what you do well. Who cares how many people are following? That is the trend. Everybody keep talking about that.
Is that yours, or is that just something that you've heard that's out there percolating? Because if that's out there percolating, I'm even more excited. I'm excited.
It's now. Well, it was mine because I got a little fixated on, and not because I liked it, but like I noticed anytime I'd pull up an Instagram account, the first thing I'd see is how many followers someone had, and I didn't care. I was actually always pleasantly surprised when they didn't have a lot of followers. That made me want to follow. I will not follow you if you have millions of followers. If you have 1,000 followers and I like you, that's when I want to follow you. And I noticed a lot of the most successful or interesting people I know, or not, a lot of them don't have a following. Some of my favorite songwriters, no following, don't care. Some of these global speakers I follow don't care about their social media following. They get booked because they have something to say, and they don't care who knows it. They know that the right people will find it. So yeah, it was something on my end, and then I started talking about it into circles I trust and respect, and they're like, oh yeah, that's the thing. It's more about engagement now. It's not about followers. So
It's
brilliant.
Julian Simpson. It's Julian Simpson's great line. He said, of the people that are interested in listening to creative content, maybe I have 20% of them. I'm interested in creating content for them.
That's
You know,
it.
that's it.
And that's what moves the. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Unfortunately, it's hard because we see that number and we get fixated on it. But I think that's shifting. So anyway, I'm excited to meet these. To be, I've been praying for some sort of a vacation. And by the way, I love my husband. I love my daughter, but they're not coming.
Oh my God! That's the cherry on top. I was going to say you buried the lead, but I'm saying no. I'm saying actually this is like, I've told you all this exciting stuff, and now, boop.
And I love he'll be home to watch my daughter, assuming a gig doesn't come up for him, in which case we will scramble. But it's like, and I also think too, I've always been of the ilk where January, 1st actually starts January 10th or whatever that like following Monday is. But now even more so when I, of course, leaning the Chinese zodiac, January 1st is actually a man-made New Year. There's like February 17th or something like that. And then there's March 17th, which, different people have different New Years based on which calendar you're looking at. I feel like I'm going to really lean into the New Year in February. January is my month to like wrap some things up, figure some stuff out. And then February is when I'm like, now it's the New Year. So it makes it less stressful to be like, I had to wrap everything by December 31st because I'm really cautious what I bring in with me to the New Year, and whether that's energetically or physically, whatever. And now I get to wrap some things up, get to do it at the end of the month in Belize, meet some great people. I know it'll be a great time for contemplation and connection, and I'm very much looking forward to that. And I will take my words with me. I know we have a phone call which I want to get to. Some people are saying their words over in the chat as well. Want to talk about the word for the new year. I did a couple things that I want to tell you guys about, and then see what you guys are doing, or hopefully inspire you of how to take my words and motivation into the new year.
Really quickly before we get to those phones as well, too, I'm going to encourage you to do a post on Facebook, because a lot of our friends are over there, where you ask people their word over there in the Book of Face. If you have not done so already,
I will do that today.
And speaking of posting, I did post Scott's article, by the way. I tagged myself and Lindsay and Phone Master Dre. We'd love to hear what you think about that as well. So jump into that conversation, and we'll share that on the air probably sometime next week. Really, really worth listening to. Big thanks to Scott for being here. Before we get to the phone call, though, I have to ask you, you've said it already. You told Scott, you told me. What's your word? Frame it. Tell me. Block it. Make it live.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I'm deciding I'm doing things very differently in 2026. I'm walking through the world very differently, which means I didn't choose one word. I chose two. Bitches.
I like it, man. I'm telling you, dude. Is bitches one of them? I'm telling you, man. We're going with Terry Taylor here. Terry Taylor's 5 great pieces of advice for running your own business. Gamble, 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 gamble. And when you think you've gambled enough, push all those chips in and gamble it all.
Go yes. Well, I knew my word I knew that one word was going to be, it's the second word, which I have, I knew what I wanted to be. The first one ended up supporting the second word. And I heard in church weeks or months ago this, and I think I told you this, Jim, but I loved it. It stood out to me so amazingly as it comes to my own purpose and thoughts and but he said, people need vision. Vision needs strategy. Strategy needs structure. And structure needs people. Complete the circle. I loved it. I'm such a fan of vision, of people's visions. I'm reading Steve Jobs' book right now. I loved Hugh Hefner's vision. I don't love necessarily who he was or what he created, but I love that he was obsessed with vision. I love Taylor Swift. I watched her 6-part documentary, obsessed with the vision. I'm wearing her shirt right now. Vision. It's all about vision. And then once you get your vision, nothing can get in the way of your vision. You move around with people who support your vision. You can support their vision, but it doesn't get in the way of your vision. Very important to me. And so my 2 words are vision and expansion. Ooh. And I think, or my word is cheese. I'm not sure. It's either cheese or vision and expansion, depending on what day you get me. But, yes, vision, expansion. So the couple things I did, guys, and then I want to get your words. First of all, I made a playlist for 2026. Ooh. I'll share it with you both today. I'll actually post it on Facebook today. And the playlist is called 2026 Vision Expansion. It has a kind of bizarre combination of songs that I'm going to put on when I'm writing, when I'm working, when I'm supporting the vision and expansion this year. I also made a custom sweatshirt in colors that I love that's really soft that says Vision Expansion. I'm probably going to sell it. It's all about these little weird, snarky ways, snarky? No, that I can support my vision expansion. But get out the way, bitches. 2026. Jim, what's your word?
Oh, my God. I actually have, I have one, but then I have a second one since we're going for 2. I had a toss-up, and I'm going to go with your model and go for 2. The first one is the metaphorical definition of this word, galvanize.
Galvanize.
To shock or excite somebody into taking action, to spur them into decisive activity, often by raising awareness or concern about an issue, much like an electric current jolts something to life.
Woo! Please. Jilt us all to life, Jimmy Mack.
I wanted a fancy word for courage, as a matter of fact. I wanted a fancy word for daring.
And you didn't want guts?
I didn't. Well, no, guts, by the way, is yours. I'm not going to take your word away from you. That's a word I think applies to you, guts and grit. And I wanted something. I wanted something that was a little more literary and archaic, but I went with galvanize first. That was my ultimate one. I'm seeking to galvanize 2026. The other one, though, it's an old school word for courage. It's called hardihood. Hardihood.
Hardihood.
Yeah. It's
I like that you
know,
pick words that no one knows what they mean. That's very on brand.
Sounds like
Jimmy
a ride.
Mack.
It's like, a hale and hearty fellow, but
It
a
does.
hardy means you're stout and of great spirit, and I am in possession of hardihood. And I kind of like that too.
Hearty or H?
Hard eye
Oh,
hood.
hard.
Hard eye hood.
Oh.
Hardihood.
Dre is right. It does sound like a ride at Dolly.
Yeah, come on down to Hardyhood.
Exactly.
Come
Hardihood.
on down to Hardyhood.
Well, by the way, speaking of spunk and galvanization, we got a guest talking about that as well too. And I got to tell you, Dolly Parton is maybe the greatest example of spunk, gumption, courage, grit, and everything else in between. In the early part of her career, and then the continued reinvention of herself. Lots to talk about there. We do, unless Dre's got a word he really wants to go with.
I do.
Got to get to the phone at some point, but we turn to you now, phone master.
Oh, turn to me. Listen, we'll get to Chris very shortly. Because
Don't go away, Chris, because we love you.
You've been hanging on long enough. Thank you very much. I'm going to be quick with it. I was stuck between two words, but they kind of have to do with each other.
Exactly.
I was originally going to do revitalize, but I'm sticking with rejuvenate.
I like rejuvenate for you.
Yes, to give new energy, vigor, and to revitalize.
We have the vision to galvanize and revitalize around here at RadioNemo.
I like it.
There it is.
Revitalize, revigorate. This is a new year. Like, talk about doing things differently this year. New face, new life, new singleness. Sorry, not sorry. It's true. You
Find me
walk
on
through the
social
world
media.
different. Yeah, follow me. Hey, girl, he's single. I do have a couple friends who have asked. You
talk
might want
more.
to take a visit to Nashville, is all I'm saying.
Let's talk more later. All right, continue.
I like this. These do all go together. It's good.
By the way, trending is no longer a trend. Well said, Trucker Bosun.
Trending is trending no mo.
Yeah, trending is trending no more. And by the way, do you want to hear actually the definition of the word galvanize in someone's timbre of voice? Do you want to hear what it sounds like?
What do you mean?
If you want to hear what galvanize sounds like if somebody's simply speaking, what a galvanizing voice sounds like.
Oh, Chris.
Yeah, why don't
I
you
see what
tell
you
tell
did.
Chris good morning, Lindsay?
Chris, galvanize us all with your bombastic vocal rendition of that is Chris.
Mr. Bombastic.
Well, good morning, Lindsay, Jimmy, and Dre. Happy New Year!
Happy New Year to ya. Happy New Year to ya.
Happy New
Absolutely.
Year.
What's going on, Fred?
I have a couple of words that I have thought about, and they go together very well, I think.
Okay.
Try harder.
Harder.
I'm going to try harder to be a good friend. Everything. I want.
I like this.
If I can put forth the effort at 100%, 100% of the time, I can get better.
You know what? I like that it's not even just try. It's try hard, because you try every day, of course. By showing up,
absolutely.
you're trying. But you're saying try harder, which makes it very thoughtful, Chris, and everything you do to be like, in every conversation you're having, just give a little more. And every load you deliver, just give a little bit more. If you give a little bit more each time, that eventually really, really adds up. Little steps make big leaps. So I love this. I love these two words together. They don't work on their own, either one of them. You have to put them together. I love it.
Yep. Absolutely. By the way, guys, I heard a nasty rumor I wanted to throw out to you guys that you guys were no longer going to be broadcasting. I tried to put that to bed. I don't know if I've done the job, so maybe
Where'd you hear
want
that?
to take the reins on that.
Who said it?
Who said it? Where'd you hear it?
It was the other platform.
Oh, they said it on air?
Oh, I know who said it, too.
No, it was not said on air. It was said to me personally.
By who?
By whom? You got to tell us.
Yeah, now we need to know info. Thank you, buddy.
The producer for Tim's show.
Torches interference, torches interference,
Well.
la 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 la. No,
I just like that they're talking about us. Even if you say crappy things, I don't care. If you're not talking about us, you're not talking about us,
wait,
I say.
I want to go
Well,
a little
we're here.
further.
You hear us broadcasting, right?
I want to go a little further
absolutely.
here. I want to go a little further here. Under what context did the producer of Tim's show tell you this?
Well, I happened to mention that I had talked. I talked to you guys. I listen every chance I get an opportunity to. Which, with the way I'm running now, it doesn't happen as much as I like. So, and that was brought up twice now, and I've tried to put it to bed, but I don't know how good a job I've done with it.
Well,
I
we're
mean,
here.
I mean,
we
the thing
I'm
is-
here right now.
Matter of fact, don't put it to bed, because every time they say it and we're still on the air, that makes it much more interesting, doesn't it?
Beetlejuice.
Liars. Fake news. Fake news.
Fake news. Fake news. As a matter of fact, any chance we had of going away is now gone. Thank you very much.
I was about to quit today, but not anymore, Tim's producer.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I was about ready to call it a day too. I was going to run up the flag and be like, "Yeah, we're gonna produce something else over here." No, I'm in.
Yeah, I was going to go to feedfinder.com.
Chris, let me leave you with this. If we decide to not broadcast anymore, it will be because we decide to not broadcast anymore. Not because we're forced out.
I totally understand.
If we were forced out, if that was it, we would already be gone. We have had, the chips have been stacked against us no matter where we turn, with people saying things and loss of employees and just a technical issue. You name it, we've knocked it down and we're still here. So we will be talking to figure out how we're going to level up this year. Maybe that includes staying on, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. That's going to be up to you people, you good people listening.
It actually
But
is. It really is.
But if you don't hear us on here at some point, it is literally because Jim, me, Dave, Dre sat down and decided we are not going to do this anymore.
And by the way, I want to back up what Lindsay just said, because one of the things that we have always done here, and I will continue to do, is I don't pull a plug, Lindsay don't pull a plug, Dre don't pull a plug, and Dave don't pull a plug. If we do it, we're going to sit down and actually have a conversation together moving forward, as we always have. Well said, Lindsay. We make that decision, and not some guy who desperately wants us to go away because they are bleeding and hemorrhaging internally. That's it. That's my take, Lindsay. That's my 50 cents.
I'm right there with you guys. I have said it many times. I'll say it again. I love what you do, and I will not stop listening. The only reason I don't listen is when I don't have the opportunity because I'm busy with something else.
Well, thank you. You know what? You just need to call them and say, Happy New Year, bitches.
Yeah, on Tim's show.
Yep. On Tim's show.
Actually, normally I would tell you, hey, we're trying to be nice, but if Tim can't control his own producer,
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
That's kind of it right there. That's kind of it. So we love you, and there's nothing you can do about it, Chris. You galvanizing voice from the road.
Chris, try harder. You just, and you know what? It's not like this. It's not like try harder. It's like, Chris, try harder. And you
Yes,
started with
absolutely.
today by
Gotta do
calling
it.
us. We love you.
All right, everybody have a great day. Catch you later.
Thank you, Chris.
Later, buddy.
Oh my God, are you excited about the next? By the way, Claire's your spirit animal. CM is your spirit animal, by the way, because I can't think of a more perfect guest for somebody who ain't nobody's fool.
Dude, if I wanted to quit, then I looked at the lineup today. I can't quit.
I can't. Have you seen this lineup? Good God Almighty. Are you excited about our next guest?
I am. If anytime we get to talk about Dolly, obviously it's life-changing. Who's better than Dolly? And also this next guest who, have you talked to Martha before? I don't think so, right?
Good God Almighty, you bring this up now, and I have to tell you, given how fast the world is going by, I would not be surprised if I have.
Well, I know that I have not, but Martha Ackmann, a beautiful author. And what's cool about her, journalist and author. She writes, Jem, about women who have changed America. She's talked about Emily Dickinson. Also, I mean, the remarkable story of Toni Stone, who was the first woman to play professional baseball in the Negro League. Also, the Mercury 13, which is the true story of the 13 women and the dream of space flight, by the way. So she writes about these women who have changed America, changed history, and you cannot put anybody higher at that list than Dolly Parton in my book. She is just a cultural phenomenon that is one of the most authentic women, human beings in the world ever. I think authenticity is not only Dolly's word for 2026, but of her entire life. And that's why I love her so much and I'm excited to dive into this book.
And by the way, Martha is an authentic human being as well, too. She's the recipient of fellowships from the John Simon Guggenheim Foundation.
Guggenheim, so fun to say.
And Harvard Radcliffe Institute. This is a serious person with a serious kind of mischievous streak because there's a lot of mischievous women that she writes about. We're going to be right back on the other side of this. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, get back on the road, download their app. They've been doing it since 97, 50 states and 8 provinces. Go ahead, Lindsay, say it.
Gotta get up and truck down. 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 Hey. It's 2026. Bitches! Let's go. Let's talk Dolly.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We are, and we did, in the final live hour of Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Lemmy Jack and Jimmy Lawler.
Lemmy Jack.
Lemmy Jack, by the way. That sounds like one of those guys from the 1970s action film where people get karate chopped in the face. Welcome back. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. By the way, another brief kind of reminder that next Friday, we are Road Gang Radio is launching Gauge Illuminations, which is our newsletter. We have over, by the way, 2,000 subscribers on RadioNemo.com, Lindsay. If you have not yet subscribed over there, do so. Scroll down to the bottom of the page, send all your info to us. It's been a long time coming, but we're still rolling. The wheels have come off. A lot of great facts and information. I would have probably launched it this week, but I need to get my partner in crime's input on what it is exactly I am up to before I do such a thing. And we had a very revitalizing, very galvanizing, very vision-oriented break over the last couple of days. Very expansive as well, too. And it's been a really kind of thrillsville to kind of get my batteries recharged and my creativity. And it turns out, despite rumors to the contrary, we are still here and we are still rolling forward. We're going to just do a quick pivot here, though, Lindsay.
Pivot?
And let Phone Master Dre take us away. Martha Ackmann, by the way, is a journalist and author, writes about women, badass women, women who have changed America, women who have improvised, adapted, and overcome. Her essays have appeared in The Atlantic, The Paris Review, The New York Times, The Washington Post. She, by the way, has been featured on The Today Show, ESPN, CNN, National Public Radio, and the BBC. As we said before, she is a recipient of fellowships from the Guggenheim Foundation, the John Simon Guggenheim Foundation, and the Harvard Radcliffe Institute. She's written great books on the Mercury 13, the true story of the 13 women and the dream of spaceflight, Curveball, the remarkable story of Toni Stone, the first woman to play professional baseball in the Negro Leagues, and These Fevered Days, 10 pivotal moments in the making of Emily Dickinson. By the way, she has now written something that is near and dear to both of our hearts, but I know Lindsay is over the moon. So Lindsay, good. Say good morning to Martha.
Good morning to Martha. Hello, glad you were here, friend.
Hi, Lindsay. Hi, Jimmy. Thank you for that nice introduction.
Martha, so we talk about, I'm based in Nashville. I'm a singer-songwriter here. So obviously, and we do country and Western music news twice a week, and undoubtedly, Dolly is at least in it once a week because she's never not doing something and expanding. And Martha, my word for 2026, one of my words is expansive. And I think Dolly Parton is the most, outside of being authentic, the most expansive person that we've ever known. So before we dive into Dolly, though, I want to briefly ask you about Nashville in general. Nashville is a living character, both in Dolly's life and this book. And, I'm always curious, Martha, when a book like this takes place, the scenery where Dolly is, it's not so much a backdrop. It really is an ecosystem. So when you were researching and working on this book, first of all, did you spend time in Nashville?
Oh, of course. How
course.
Would you not?
Yeah, I assumed, but I didn't. When you assume, you know what happens. So, how did actually your time in the past, both in the past and while writing this book, how did Nashville in general really shape your understanding of Dolly, but beyond the public mythology?
Well, she spent a lot of time there, even as a young girl. When she was living out in East Tennessee, she would ride in an old junker car with her uncle, who was one of her great early champions of her music, to try to get somebody interested in her songwriting and her singing. Didn't have very much luck. They would pull up to the Grand Ole Opry, hang out backstage. That was a real kind of friendly and chaotic scene during those early years. I'm talking about the late 50s and the early 60s, and they'd sleep in their car outside Tootsie's Orchid Lounge, and didn't have enough money, yeah, I bet. And so, she saw it over a long period of time, and a period of time when she was struggling. She didn't catch on right away. I think a lot of people regard celebrities as especially somebody, a global icon like Dolly Parton, as just having a straight shot zoom to the top, and that did not happen at all. When she graduated high school, the day after she graduated high school, she boarded a bus in Sevierville and pulled into Nashville, and spent a lot of time knocking around on Music Row trying to get people interested. Nobody was. They said her voice was too high, sounded like a screech owl. The first
what a
audition
strange thing to
got,
say.
Yes,
too high.
That was Chet Atkins, by the way, said that.
Wow.
She finally got a job with the Country Junction early morning television show, and even that she had to fight for because they said her country music sounded too country. So I guess what I'm saying about her early years, at least, she had a hard time fitting in. She knew it was the place she had to go. In fact, I interviewed one of her childhood friends who told me that right around the time. Whoops, you there?
We got you. We got you. We're here.
Okay. Right around the time they were getting ready to graduate, that they were walking up an old, dusty road, and Dolly seemed agitated and was kind of snapping her fingers and said, I have to go to Nashville. Mm-hmm. I have to go to Nashville. But there was something in that anxiety that gave a hint that she also didn't want to leave Sevierville, didn't want to leave the country, didn't want to go to the big city. So it was quite a step for her. And, of course, eventually she found her way. She found a great record producer named Fred Foster who was willing to give her a chance. Fred was Nashville-based, of course, and he was always looking for the unique sound. And he found it, He found Willie Nelson. He found Ray Orbison, and gave Dolly a start. And that's when things began rolling.
That's when it got interesting.
I'll tell you, the best biographies and this does the best storytelling is when we actually get an origin story that makes sense. And what I mean by that is we see slowly but surely all the disparate pieces in a way that the person who actually is living it can't. From the beginning, what you're doing is you're constructing this mosaic that is separate in the beginning. Slowly but surely, it all kind of comes together where even the things in her life that were difficult begin to kind of get pulled into the picture that becomes Dolly Parton. And that her genius, it seems, and you point this out in the book, is her ability to draw from all points of her life, not just the good. She's not a Pollyanna. There's nothing about Dolly Parton, despite the upbeat view of the world, that is Pollyanna. She knows that life is as tough as nails. And I'm kind of curious, as when you were researching this, putting it together, if you were having that experience that the reader has as well, or if you felt you had enough of a grasp on the information from the beginning to kind of know where you were headed, or did you begin to see how all of this kind of came together? Does that make any sense?
It sure does, Jimmy. I like what you say about how, when a person's living a life, you don't quite see the context around you. You're too busy living your own life. But I'd say my answer to your question is yes and no. I kind of knew the trajectory. I certainly knew the major milestones in Dolly's life, the move to Nashville, Porter Wagoner, into television, movies, all of that. But, boy, there were a lot of detours that I was not aware of when I first set out researching. To kind of get back to Lindsay's point for a bit, her settling in, as I said, in Nashville was not easy. It was tough, and she was homesick. And I found that she used to hang out at I think the pronunciation is Kauser's Meat and Three. It used to be a restaurant, and it was run by some country people. And Dolly would kind of show up at the end of the shift so that she would help clean up and load the salt and pepper shakers and wipe down the ketchup bottles and eat what was left over. And she needed that because she didn't have enough money for food. But it was also this needing to be among people who were familiar to her, country folks. So that was one of the little detours that I found. But no, a life unfolds in very, very unpredictable way. But the through line, if I were to look for what is the line that moves from Dolly as a 7-year-old to Dolly today, is she always knew who she was. And she always had this dream of being as big a star as she could. The Parton family, and in particular her mother's side, the Owens, her mother was A.V. Lee Owens, they experienced a lot of occasions of what they called the sight, kind of premonition, seeing into the future. Dolly had questions about all of that, but she did have this version of that, a real clear sense of where she wanted to go. And she knew there'd be compromises. She says it's fine to have dreams, but they've got to have wings. You've got to be able to do the work to get you there. But that determination, that clarity about what she wanted to do, how far she wanted to go, I think that's the through line from the kid to the woman we know today.
God, you just answered kind of where my next question was going, so we'll expand on it. But I've always been curious, and your book helped me. I'm about 3/4 away done with your book, by the way, Martha, and it's helped me understand this question because I've consumed a lot of backstory and research on Dolly and all the documentaries and several books, but I'm always curious. It's clear that she's authentic, but I was always curious at what point that truly started, and especially as a woman working in Nashville in the music industry, authenticity isn't really just a buzzword. It's actually, Martha, it's survival, I think, and that really struck me in your book. Does that, and I guess with that, because of Dolly has been or was underestimated because of her look and her humor and her warmth, all those things. How did, with that knowing, let's expand on the authenticity as survival. How strategically did she use that over time, would you say, from to her advantage? And when did the clarity on it? Because it can be like, this is who I am, screw it. But there's also got to be some strategy and clarity behind that, right?
Yeah. Survival is a very good word. I wish I would have used it. We should have talked earlier.
Next book, Martha, you and me.
Well, I think I think what Dolly often calls her get-up, the look, the high hair, the cinched waist, the heavy makeup, all that. I think that was just a very unconscious decision. It was, she often says, a country girl's idea of glam. She thought it was pretty. And she always was interested in makeup and girly things and trying to do something with her hair her natural hair that she always said was too flat to the head. So it began in that very real place. But then as she continued to perform and her career took off, she found that it worked for her. And it was a strategy. She said, people see me and they make an assumption about who I'm going to be, what I'm going to sound like. And I can work against that. So I have to work hard to overcome some of their assumptions that I'm going to be, just this flashy singer that doesn't sound very good. So she discovered that was actually something very important for her creatively. In fact, one critic I read said that Dolly's look one way is another is her superpower.
By the way, a couple of things from the book that actually kind of filter into both what you and Lindsay have both brought up here, and I'd love you to kind of unpack this a little bit for the listening audience. The first of which is the role that Kaz Walker plays, that great beginner, as you so. By the way, guys, the footnotes in this book are entertaining as hell. I just want to point this out. I made a note of that about halfway through, Lindsay. The footnotes are worth their weight in gold. And when you got to the fluoridated water with Kaz Walker, but her understanding Dolly's brilliance of understanding ultimately, despite the fact that he was a maniac, she began to realize half of this is a put on, and it seems like she picked it up. The other thing early in the book that I just loved, I didn't know, and it made perfect sense when you said that Dolly Parton is afraid of the dark. She has spent her whole life racing for light. And it is just one of the clearest things. I went, that is it right there. And that idea of what Lindsay's talking about and you're talking about, the idea of manufacturing an image that is nonetheless authentic seems to be the superpower that you're alluding to.
Yeah, and thank you for that on the footnotes, Jimmy. I kind of lost my mind sometimes with those, but there were just so many things that I found intriguing and funny. You know, you're right about Dolly Parton. There's a lot of humor in that, so I'm glad you enjoyed them. Kaz Walker, oh my! So Kaz Walker was this kind of country bumpkin who is shrewd as shrewd can be, who started his working career selling watermelons out of a wheelbarrow in East Tennessee, and eventually as one does, and opened up a chain of discount grocery stores. 3 things in the world, Kaz Walker said he loved: possums, watermelon, and Kaz Walker. And he was like the last of the medicine shows. You know, if you wanted to draw a line from like the 19th century to Kaz Walker. And he had a radio program. He later had a television program. A lot of cloggers, people said. Too many cloggers dancing on the Kaz Walker's show. But he had singers, obviously. And he heard Dolly, invited her to be appear on his radio program, and then eventually on his television program. And that was kind of her first professional start. And as you said, he was this flamboyant, controversial guy, and would come into the television station to begin the show, and he would take his suit and kind of yank his tie cockeyed, make the suit sort of hang off his shoulders, look a little, you know, as though he just kind of fell off the truck, as it were. And then as soon as the television program was over, straightened the tie, straightened out the suit. And that made an impression on Dolly. You know, that was an act for entertainment's sake. You know, I think Dolly's beginning to take notes about that, you know, that you can be one way and be another. And he also... this made quite an impression upon me as I was researching the book. He also told tall tales. And he said, you know, a good story is supposed to have mistakes in it. It wasn't exactly a lie, but it was a tall tale. And he had this gimmick of having a greasy pole in the theater where they recorded the television show. It was a big, like, telephone pole that was nailed to the bottom of the stage, and they slicked it up with Crisco, and whoever could climb that greasy pole, they'd win a television set. And Dolly tells the story that she ran down to the creek and rolled around in the dirt and the gravel, being about 9-10 years old, and skinnied up that greasy pole, won the television set. The only problem was the story wasn't true. I talked to a number of the bandmates and other folks, and they said no one ever skinnied all the way up to that greasy pole. But that business about stories, good stories are supposed to have mistakes in it. I think that made an impression upon her too.
I think
but
that's
you
so
know,
good.
it certainly he certainly gave her her start, and she began touring with him and other things, and she learned an awful lot.
Well, speaking of the mistakes, it's the mistakes again goes back to authenticity and your power and knowing who you are. If you know who you are and you are so grounded in that, then mistakes don't matter because you realize the mistakes are part of the game, so to speak, part of the trick. And, you know, again, as a woman myself making music in this town, for me, Dolly's example gives me permission to stop explaining myself. And I'm, you know, that's something I kept thinking about in this book of yours. It's stop explaining yourself. Just trust that being fully yourself is enough. And that sounds really simple. And I think the simplest things are what the most profound things become, Martha. And so from your perspective, over the time, I mean, Dolly's somebody that little girl, my daughter is 7, she loves Dolly. My you know, mother is 77, she loves Dolly. So from your perspective, why do you think Dolly's story, outside of everything you've already said, of course, but continues to resonate so deeply across generations and genres? Is it the authenticity, but what's the next level of that? Because there's a lot of authentic people out there, but why can a 7 and a 77-year-old both come together with the through line being Dolly?
Yeah, it is really remarkable, and I don't want to spoil the ending of the book for you, but I end with her 2019 concert at the Grand Ole Opry, celebrating her 50 years as a member. And I focus on a little girl, about a 9-year-old girl, who's sitting way up in the balcony. And I won't tell you what she did, because that's the ending of the book. But it was quite remarkable. I happened to be sitting across from the aisle from her. It was just happenstance. I was at that concert and saw that girl. But I can tell you in general what happened was that she showed connection and reverence and almost defiance for what Dolly was singing. And when I say defiance, I mean be who you are. Be proud of who you are. So you're absolutely right about Dolly being able to span generations in terms of people who love her music and love her story. Authenticity is part of it. I think pride is part of it. Dolly says, people come to my concerts not to see me, but to see me be them. And,
so good.
you know, I think that pride, again, is part of it. I think it's why she has such an enormous following in the LGBT audience. And then it's the other part of her message. It's the kindness. It's the generosity. It's the courage. It's the forgiveness when you need to, and the positive outlook on life. You know, I think Dolly appeals to our better angels, and that's certainly an appeal that would cross any age.
Jim, would you say Dolly is galvanizing?
I would say Dolly is extraordinarily galvanizing.
That's Jim's word for 2026, Martha's galvanize.
Yeah. So the other thing is, too, I'm going to make a really weird comparison because it's what I do on the show. There is a connect. I kept thinking, I know this is going to sound crazy, as I read the book, I kept thinking about David Bowie's Spiders from Mars as Ziggy Stardust, and I kept thinking about him performing that first show with only 43 people in the audience. And the reason I thought about that was because there's a moment in the book, if I remember correctly, where she's just decking her trailer out with Christmas lights and making it into this really little tiny little Dolly world. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, I don't think that there is any pandering, despite all the popular acts that she engaged in, all the sort of like what I would call crowd-pleasing, performative behavior she engages in. I think that Dolly makes a commitment to create a world that she would like to exist in, and then enough people say, like, well, I want to be there too. And she's like, well, come on in. And I really think the idea, the courage is, I am not going to pander. People are listening to the Beatles and the Stones and everything else. I'm going to listen to the stuff that I want to listen to and make my own kind of postmodern version of that world. And you're going to join me. And I'm thrilled to let you in. But I'm not going to change this to make, I'm thrilled that you're here, but I'm not going to change me to accommodate you, is my feeling I get from this in the whole book. I wanted to call Lindsay so many times, but she's like, I'm only halfway through. I'm like, damn it. You know, so, you know.
You don't read as fast as him.
Yeah, so. That's my superpower. So I just.
I'll tell you one thing, Jimmy, that goes slightly against that. When she finally signed with Monument Records and Fred Foster, the guy who also signed Roy Orbison and Willie Nelson, he thought she should be a pop singer. And
they always do. The men always want us to be pop singers.
You know, bubblegum teenage stuff. And he had her singing all these songs. There's one called Busy Signal, about a girl calling her boyfriend, and this is way before cell phones, of course, and she's just getting the busy signal, beep, beep, beep. I actually think it's kind of a catchy song. I kind of like it. You can look it up and hear it. Ray Stevens helped her with that. He might have written it too. But anyway, the point I wanted to make is that that wasn't Dolly. That wasn't her genre at all, that bubblegum stuff. But she gave it a try. She gave it a try because, again, going back to the strategy thing, she thought that, okay, let's see what I do with this. But I know country is what I do best. And I've got to find a country song where I can, just knock it out of the park. And then people will see that I'm really country and not bubblegum. So that was a song that she wrote with her Uncle Bill, who used to drive her back and forth to Nashville, as I said, called "Put It Off Until Tomorrow." You've hurt me enough today is the first line, and that won a BMI award for songwriting. So Dolly knew, she had that BMI award for "Put It Off Tomorrow," and went marching right back in to Fred Foster and said, I think this is proof that maybe country is what I should be doing. And he listened carefully and listened well, and that was the end of her bubblegum career.
Well, unfortunately, we are out of time. I could talk to you the rest of my life, Martha. So I hope that I get to do that and get to talk to you more. Martha Ackmann, you guys can find out more at Martha Ackmann, Ackmann, 2 N's, MarthaAckmann.com. The book, Dolly Parton, Ain't Nobody's Fool, guys, rings true. This is such a good read. Can't encourage it enough. And I think, this book reminds us that the greatest power might simply be self-knowledge and really the courage just to continue to live from it. It is a great read at the beginning of a new year to get yourself inspired to live like Dolly. So, Martha, thank you so much for sharing it. Please come back to expand more on Dolly. I'd like to actually talk about some of these other books that you've put out in the past as well and continue to dive deep on people changing the world for the better. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Hey guys, we'll be back on the other side with a little bit of a preview of what is to come on Trucking with OOIDA, and then we will pivot into country and western music news. Lindsay Lawler's country and western music news coming soon to a Ryman near you.
Because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate bitches.
Bitches.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. 17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Oh, seize the day with me because this is Road Gang Radio and we're live from the Fast Sports Studios with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Hey, girl, hey.
It is an encore presentation of Trucking with OOIDA coming up immediately after Country and Western News. Ashley and Scott take a trip to the White House through the eyes of truck driver and friend of the gang, Gina Jones, who didn't just make a trip to the White House back in the day. She got up and spoke at the podium in the East Room with the Prez standing just a couple of feet away. Gina's going to share her experience with Scott and Ashley. Plus, when tragedy strikes, many truck drivers don't have that safety net. They'll be speaking, by the way, to Courtney Neiman and Diana Hutzel of the St. Christopher's Trucker Relief Fund, an organization that Dave founded along with Dr. John, which is making sure someone catches drivers when they fall through the cracks.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
More like fun-size queen, I'll tell you what. Yeah!
Did you call me a fun-size queen?
Well, yeah.
No, that's not what you said. You said fun-size what?
Queen.
You did?
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, anytime.
Don't get nervous. I was glad about it.
Oh, yeah, no, I wasn't calling you like a fun-sized gay person.
I'd be happy to be called that, too. Whatever.
Yeah, tomato
May
avocado.
Your days be merry and bright.
Go on.
I celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
I celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Welcome back to your country and western music news, because on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
We celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Yeah.
This is the first installation of 2026. Is it the last? I don't know. Ask Tim's producer. We'll see. Country and Western music news, guys. We're going to dive in today. And we're going to kick off with, listen, have either one of you, Dre or Jim, have either one of y'all gone to like a big, massive New Year's, like Times Square, or been a part of a cluster on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
That was
Where?
my
New
last
Orleans.
one. Yeah.
Ugh, that
New
sounds
Orleans.
miserable to me.
I've done it two ways. I've done it, number one, in the crowd. Number two, backstage. Backstage is much more fun.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I'd want to be a part of it backstage. I was talking yesterday. We're gonna dive into the one that happened just briefly. The one here in Nashville, and it went fine. But yesterday. I was with my friend Jamie, who is secure. He's head of security for Blink 182, Kings of Leon. He does big shows.
Ah.
They've got one of their clients is Brandi Carlile, who will be doing God Bless America at the Super Bowl. So they're in works for that. And I was just asking him yesterday, I'm like, dude, is it your worst nightmare to think about having to be a part of like a New Year's, do security for a New Year's Eve bash? He's like, oh my God, it's the worst. Not only are a ton of people, it's tourists, it's people who are out for one night only, and it's outside. It's outside. So now you throw that into it. Like, it's a nightmare. That being said, an estimated 205,000 people rang in 2026 at the Jack Daniels New Year's Eve Live Nashville Big Bash downtown, down the street from me. You can imagine the logistics and, more importantly, Jim, obviously the safety protocol that needed to go into pulling this off. It's a lot.
I mean, imagine the trucks that it would take to make that happen.
Oh, yeah, there's so many. I don't know that. I wonder if that, let's see.
Probably can find it. Probably can find it, absolutely, because I can tell you, you can type it in. I know they have those numbers on Mardi Gras now for Mardi Gras Day, and it's the same thing. I'm willing to bet.
Let's see, 75 production trucks. So just to be clear, we were also talking about this yesterday. Taylor Swift had about approximately 50 trucks on her Eras tour, the biggest tour of all times, the first $1 billion plus tour. She had about 50 trucks because, by the way, she also had planes. But so 50 trucks. So 75 production trucks to do this one show, one night only here in Nashville.
And also, by the way, now add in all the bars that have to like double stock on liquor. How many liquor trucks have to roll in to kind of stock the bars properly with the food and the booze that they need to make it happen?
Woof. A few more, the fleet of production, a few more stats here. 970 lighting fixtures, more than 10 million pixels of LED screens, over 4 miles of fiber optic video cable, more than 5 miles of power cable lines, and 180 audio speakers.
Sweet.
So there's that.
Sweet mother of pearl.
Sweet mother of pearl. This happened down at the Bicentennial Capitol Mall State Park, just right north of downtown Nashville, a part of downtown Nashville. And so, of course, the Metro Nashville Police Department, they worked with other agencies like the National Convention and Visitors Bureau, of course, to make the bash happen safely, which it did, as far as we can tell. A few scandalous riffraffs, but that's always the case. Hundreds of officers were posted around downtown and near Bicentennial Mall, where the bulk of the festivities happened. And those headliners and big names, quote unquote big names, included Jason Aldean, Lainey Wilson.
What is the UFO? What is it?
I can't with Jason Aldean. He's not my people. That's all. I know he is. Some people love him. I am not one.
I get it.
I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he's fine, even though I don't know if that's the case. It's fine. It's fine. He's like second to Morgan Wallen to me. If I'm going to meh anyone, it's that guy. And then second would be Jason Aldean. So what would be a different sound we can use for Jason Aldean? That works. Perfect. Bailey Zimmerman, CeCe Winans, and the Fisk Jubilee Singers were also a part of it. Okay, for me, it's a hard pass. As my friend Carla said, I would rather jump off my own roof. I digress. But speaking of Lainey Wilson, she did bring, separately, Jim, outside of the New Year's thing, she did bring an up-tempo Christmas cheer to the Snoop Dogg NFL halftime show at the Minnesota Vikings game against the Detroit Lions on Christmas. Lainey Wilson and her fiance, Devlin Duck Hodges, he's a former NFL quarterback, by the way, they rode onto the field on a sleigh. It was about halfway through Snoop's 11-minute long time halftime show. Duck, her fiance, he was dressed as Santa. I guess Lainey was Mrs. Claus. Although, Jim, I think it should have been the other way around. But I digress again. Lainey Wilson sang Santa Claus is Coming to Town as her sleigh drove around the field. She was backed by a choir and team of dancers, and Snoop danced alongside her, singing some harmonies, if you could call it that. The show was billed as Snoop Dogg and Friends. And last thing before we dive into these, Jim, Lainey Wilson was just one of the special guests to appear. Martha Stewart introduced Snoop Dogg's performance in a clip. At the beginning of the performance, the K-pop Demon Hunters, which, by the way, have been present in my house for 2025, exhaustingly, want to also jump off a roof with them at this point. They're called Huntrix. They performed, as did, here's where it gets weird. So now I've said Lainey Wilson, Snoop Dogg, Martha Stewart, Huntrix Demon Hunters, and opera singers Andrea Bocelli and Matteo Bocelli. I don't believe there's ever been a more random group put together. But, Jim, I kind of like that. It's the same thing as when you listen to an album and you don't know that the track has even changed. I want spice. Variety is the spice of life. That's a theme for me in 2026. I like that it went from Snoop to Lainey to Huntrix to opera. I'm here for that.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of a sense of a wonder cabinet there. It's kind of like, hey, we got something for everybody, and we're not sure if it all works together, but man, oh man, by the way, there's an expression when somebody says, that was something. That literally is the definition of that was something. But I think with an exclamation mark, man, that was something.
That was something. Try harder.
Try harder. Yeah, they did, man. It's like we're going to dial it up to 11 is what we're going to do. Dial it up to 11.
Did you see this performance by chance?
Well, yeah,
you can go back and watch it on YouTube.
No, you mean the Mr. and Mrs. Claus in The Strangest of Situations? I absolutely saw it.
Yeah, Stranger Things.
Yeah, you get it.
I mean, it basically is a combination of Stranger Things and Steve Winwood. The Stranger Things keep riding through. Yeah, I got it.
Bring me a higher love. That song's on my 2026 playlist, by the way, but the Kygo Whitney Houston version. Sorry, Steve.
Think about it. There must be higher love.
So anyway, there's that. You can go watch it if you want. It's a circus, and I like a circus.
It's something.
So it's something.
I like a circus too. You and me, baby. I like a circus. If you can give me London, Paris, New York, Munich, everybody talk about pop music, I'm there. Go on.
I like a circus. We did lose, speaking of things that we're looking back on the past year, we did lose a lot of great, interesting people this year, people who contributed to the country music scene. So this will be, hey, Dre, do we have any music you can play under me talking about people we lost this year? Are there any music beds? I don't know if we have that or not. I'm giving you on the fly. If you're able to come up with anything at any point.
Just start playing it.
I want to have our Academy Award moment here.
I got you. Hold on.
Okay.
I just got to find the right mood because we got a lot of music.
We got a lot of underbeds over here.
Yeah, I'll let him think about why he thinks about that, Jim. I love these in memoriams. Did I say it right?
You got it right. Got it right the first time. Got it right this time.
Right. I love the in memoriams I just find them especially on when you watch the Grammys or the Academy Awards when they do it, because it's not just the household names they talk about. It's way more important. And I had to pick and choose from a time perspective who I decided to touch on in what we're about to say here, because, you know, and honestly, Jim, I felt bad every time I saw somebody and I was like, it doesn't really fit for this, but I felt bad. So I sat there and on brand with Wreaths Across America, I made sure I said that person's name as well and at least read their description and what they did, because it's so important to remember the people we've lost, because they are the reason that we can keep moving forward. They're the reason that we do have vision and expansion, because we are, you know, as you say, stand on the shoulders of the giants that came before us, whether they were known giants or not. So many people played into what happened in the years that we have, the years leading up to now, Jim, right?
I'm going to add one little thing to that. By
Sure.
standing on the shoulders of giants, we can see so far, and we have such vision because we stand upon the shoulders of giants.
Yeah, and as somebody who I thought was 5'3", turns out I'm 5'1", this is a big deal for me. Being able to see higher, different perspective.
You're 5'1", huh? It's interesting.
I thought I was 5'3" and a half. Like, I've been saying that for years, but I realized not only is my foot shrinking and my ass getting bigger, I'm getting shorter. It's good times.
By the way, there is a way out of that. You can actually make yourself taller. You still have room because you're still young. You can make yourself taller.
Stretch Armstrong style,
It
or
is
what?
literally Stretch Armstrong style. If you go to the gym and you simply hang for 30 seconds to a minute, you can make yourself taller.
Why do I have to go to the gym? Can I just do it in my, get something in my doorway?
You can do that as well, too.
My door jam? Because my big thing for 2026 is I am working out, but I'm doing it from home. There's plenty of ways.
No problem with
I
that.
can work out from home on YouTube, get down, do the sit-ups and the push-ups. Everyone gets overwhelmed and spends a lot of money and joins a gym January. And I've been one of those people. And by February, I'm not going, and I'm not going to be a cliche this year. I am going to say I want to feel better, but I can do that from my house, from my truck. These things are attainable.
Absolutely.
That is one of the beauties of YouTube. That and listening to our show.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's the limits of the power. Go on.
Well, learning new things, of course. All good things. So we lost songwriting legends, influential television personalities, and Jim, at least 3 country music husbands also died this year. It was a particularly sad year at the Grand Ole Opry, by the way, because the Grand Ole Opry lost both its oldest member and its most heralded member. They died in the span of a few months this past year. Dolly Parton's husband, of course, Carl Dean, died back in March. And that was really the first time the community, of course, Dolly's showing up again in country and Western music news. It was the first time the community stopped to mourn together. While never really seen or rarely spoken of, Carl Dean, he made, and Dolly Parton made it abundantly clear that her husband's support was crucial to her success, Jim. Crucial.
And that, by the way, is in the book. That is in the book. It's a nice way he kind of gets brought into the book. By the way, she's the main character, but the way he gets kind of slid in, and she doesn't diminish his importance, and he's in that. It's interesting you talk about this, and I think so well, the idea that so many people are important in ways we don't realize. The second half of her career in particular, is in many ways he is the facilitator of that by giving her the same stability that often Loretta Lynn's husband did not give her.
Very different. Very different marriage.
He did a lot for her, but he also caused a lot of problems and a lot of issues as well. From all accounts, Dolly's husband was a saint.
Yeah, because Tammy Wynette, if you've watched that doc or that docudrama, whatever you want to call it.
Michael Shannon, Maniac.
Michael Shannon, but all of Tammy's previous husbands. There was a lot of not great that happened for the husband side of things. So to really, I think who Carl Dean was as a man, once again plays back to talking of Martha Ackmann's book, to the authenticity that was Dolly. Dolly would have not stood for a husband like Tammy Wynette's or Loretta's.
Her treatment, way she handles Porter Wagner is the tip-off there. Absolutely.
Totally.
Like, you will not get in my way. I love you. I love everything you stand for, but nope, not on my watch.
And
Dolly.
You're right, Trucker Bosun. If we could be playing Send in the Clowns right now, we would, but it'd be too expensive for us to play that underneath it. It's hard to play much of anything these days because people have their finger on the pulse, but that's all good. So 2 months later, actually, after Dolly passed, the leader of another famous family passed along after an illness. The Duck Dynasty star Phil Robertson is one of at least 4 television celebrities featured here, which we'll talk about a few more in a minute. But that one, I will say, Duck Dynasty does play into country music. There are a lot of country music songs that came out that were inspired by that show or that appeared on that show. They claim to sort of be living that country music lifestyle. Some ways yes, some ways no, and a lot of the cliche ways yes. So we did lose Phil Robertson this year as well. Now, Canadian performer Stu Phillips, he died at the age of 92, Jim. And now he died on Christmas Day. I don't know. Here's a little sidebar, Jim. I don't know if that's really sad or really beautiful, although I think it's probably both. The idea of dying on Christmas Day, again, he was 92. He lived a great life. So he was a celebrated life. No one could be like, oh, he never got a chance to. He did. He good. But it's interesting when somebody dies on a holiday or on a birthday or whatever it may be, and you think, oh my gosh, now every Christmas we're going to have to mourn Stu. What about now every Christmas we're going to celebrate Stu, like with his family or friends? It's a really interesting thing if you die on a holiday, Jim.
Yeah, and it depends, too. If people, it's a weird call, man. I don't know if I'd be comfortable with somebody I love passing away quietly in their chair watching the football games. I think it'd be a little bit easier if I knew Stu was touch and go. You know what I'm saying? I go back and forth on that one. It's like, but 92 is 92. You know what I'm saying? I get you. I dig where you're coming from, by the way.
Yeah, I feel it. Did you find some music, Trey? If you're playing something, I can't hear it.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, okay. There it is. Thank you. Thank you for setting the mood. I don't know if I want to cuddle up to someone or film a porno or talk about people who died. Okay.
Nice segue.
That's weird. That's weird. So Stu Phillips, he died at 92 on Christmas Day. He sang the song Kathy Keep Playing, if you remember that. He was the Grand Ole Opry's oldest member, by the way. He was inducted back in 1967. He was their oldest member. The Mavericks co-founder and lead singer Raul Malo, who we talked about, he died on December 8th. He had a battle with cancer. He was only 60 years old. But his death, it wasn't a surprise to those, Jim, who followed. He really talked openly about the journey, and he shared his terminal progression online just months before he passed. The Mavericks are, of course, known for hits like What a Crying Shame and Here Comes the Rain so beautifully. Jim, you know I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Americana singer Todd Snyder. He died after a short illness on November 14th. He did make news weeks earlier when he claimed he was assaulted near a hotel in Salt Lake. He later was arrested for disorderly conduct and he ended up canceling his tour. He was battling some mental demons, and but he was such a cult hero, at least here in Nashville and inner circles. He used a lot of satire in his music and his writings, and he did eventually pass from, they say, walking pneumonia, but such a legend, Jim. And have you gotten a chance to post his passing, listen to any more of his music?
Yeah, and I think he's a tough guy. The music is tough. Yeah, I was kind of deeply moved, and really it made me sad, but also watching some of the end performances when he would do stuff, I'd be like, man, I can see where things were headed. It made me sad.
It's sad. He's, again, one of these people that's both happy and sad. Tragically lost, but interesting guy that I know is finally found his place in writing amazing poetry on the other side with the demons gone, and he can just let his freak flag fly, not worried about what anyone else is saying. So long live Todd Snyder. We also lost country songwriter Brett James, who I've spoken about quite a bit on this show. He was in a plane crash. He was piloting it himself. And I bring that up. His wife and his stepdaughter were with him in that accident. Now, that is tragic, of course, Jim. However, I think two things can be true. He also went out, crossed over with the two of the people he loved the most, doing something that he loved more than anything, which is flying a plane. I'm going to guess he had music playing when it happened. There are things that happen that are sad, and then you can also reframe it and be like, he lived a wonderful life. He did. My gosh, Brett James is one of the most successful and popular songwriters of the last 20 years. He had hits recorded by Kenny Chesney, Carrie Underwood, Dierks Bentley, it goes on and on and on. Jim, this is what I want to talk about Brett, though. Late in his career, he released a solo project, his own album. Brett, as long as he had written for other people, like not too long before he died, a couple of years. He released a solo project. They did an amazing, touching tribute to him on the CMAs, where he's remembered for his impact on mainstream country music. And his solo album actually produced one of my favorite songs at this point, maybe of all time, called True Believer, Jim. You know that it's so great when we can talk about people who did something later in life. They never stopped evolving. They never stopped expanding.
Yeah, and really quickly, before I kind of talk about that, I want to point out, we talked about this on the show too, everybody who is part of what I call the ruralification culture of America is got their heart broken by planes twice this year, not just James, but of course Greg Biffle, the NASCAR driver, who was such a heroic presence with his helicopter as well. That is something that people haven't experienced in a long time, and that is so sudden. And a guy in your friend and everybody's friend over there in Nashville who literally was taken from us right as he caught a second wind. I mean, right as he was beginning something new. I mean, that seems to be the story around it too. People make up stuff like that, but there seems to be like a real kind of second wind to what was going on with him, right?
I mean, yes, but he also was in, from what I gather, such a screw it kind of time where he was like, I've had the success, whatever, I'm good. Now I can really do what I want, which
That's
is,
what I mean. I mean,
he loved to drink rum. He loved to, play golf, fly his plane, travel, be on the beach, write music. Like, he curated a freaking epic life just by being who he was and following what he loved to do. I mean, genuinely. And then became one of the biggest and best giants of what he did just by doing what he loved. And that was the North Star. If anybody who knows Brett James will tell you, his North Star was doing what he loved, period.
That's worse. It makes it worse. I mean, it makes it worse for me, the idea that it's like that anybody, and I'm a big fan of anybody whose payoff is a chance not to kind of sit back and do nothing, although I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. If you've done a lot of great stuff and you just want to be like, I'm going to go play golf for the rest of my life. But it sounds like he was doing more than that, that he was like, I'm going to do all the stuff I've been wanting to do, and now I have the time and the resources to do it. And right when you get there, it's like done. And that isn't like doing it at 70 and dropping dead. That's like 55. How old was he?
Oh, gosh. I mean, he was in, I think, late 50s.
Yeah, I mean, that's the new 40, dude. That's the new 40. 60's becoming the new 40 rapidly around here. That's what I'm hoping for, at least.
How old he was. I want to say 58, but I might be making that up. Hang on. He was... Don't make me do math. 57. Yeah, I was 58. So 57.
Right,
yeah.
right in the Gulliver.
It's so handsome. Handsome.
Right in the Gulliver.
You know what? He's living his dreams on the other side. Now, rodeo legend Bobby Kerr died at 67, but he was a star during his prime time, Jim. But his legacy is that he is the Texas Cowboy Hall of Fame. He founded that with his wife, Susan, back in 1997. He founded the Texas Cowboy Hall of Fame, also a member of himself. How cool is that? I'm going to do that. I want to be the member of a Hall of Fame, so I think I'll just start one. If you were going to be a member of any Hall of Fame, existing or not, Jim, what would it be? I think it's not existing yet.
Oh, no, it can't be existing. The Tough Talking Writers Hall of Fame.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Ooh,
yeah.
what can mine be? I'm too close to it to know.
No, I have somebody. I got to get the right adjective in front of it. The Brilliant Brawling Broads Hall of Fame.
Ooh, I like that.
You like that?
I like that. What about Dre? What Hall of Fame is Dre in?
He's in a Hall of Fame by himself. He's the Hall of Fame of all those people who qualify as Sexy Jesus. That also includes Jim Caviezel and Adrian Brody is a member of that team. There's a number of people who qualify as Sexy Jesuses. Bradley Cooper at moments has qualified as a Sexy Jesus. Want to point that out? So there you go. Member of the Sexy Jesus Hall.
You also named some guys with some nice snozzes. You know what I'm saying? Some good noses.
That's what I'm talking about. Though.
You
know though, for photography reasons actually, and for film reasons, having a big nose is actually an attractive trait. Just ask Tilda Swinton and ask Tom Cruise. Because the only thing big about Tom Cruise is that nose.
Yeah.
Let me tell you right
big
now.
features. The camera adds 20 pounds to your nose.
Big personalities.
You know what
I like big noses, and I cannot lie. Robbie Turner was best known as Waylon Jennings' steel guitar player, really during the height of Waylon's legendary career. So Vince Gill, John Prine, Randy Travis, Chris Stapleton, those are other people who have worked with, and Robbie Turner played steel for them. We lost Robbie Turner this year. He was an amazing steel player. The Grand Ole Opry Gem lost legend Jeannie Seeley. We lost her at 85 years old. She, of course, had commercial success back in 1966 with the song Don't Touch Me.
Don't
do it. She would go on to chart several more hits.
I got it, guys. Okay, I understand.
Don't touch me. Stop it. She passed away on August 1st. It came just months after her husband, Gene Ward, passed away as well. So they are together now, which is lovely. A few TV legends we lost as it pertains to their effect on country music. Actor Rick Hurst, he was best known as Deputy Cletus Hogg on 1980's Dukes of Hazzard. We lost hee-haw actor Galliard Sartain. Sartain? I don't know quite the name.
Sartain.
Okay. On the famous country music variety show, of course, Hee-Haw, he played characters like Sheriff Orville P. Bullmoose, Maynard in the General Store sketches, and Orville in Lulu's Truck Stop, Jim.
That brings back a lot of memories because I know all those characters because I actually watched Hee-Haw religiously because it was how I got into watching Mid-South Wrestling. You watch Hee-Haw, then you watch Mid-South Wrestling. And that's what my life was. That's how I got to know Hee-Haw so well. Hee-haw, haw, haw.
That's a good name of your book. And that's how I got to know Hee-Haw so well. We also lost Lulu Roman, also from Hee-Haw, was passed away. Little House on the Prairie, they lost their alum Jack Lilly. And a couple other really quick, cannot not mention Brian Wilson. Of course, the Beach Boys visionary, one of the most iconic entertainers and songwriters of all time. Garth Hudson, who was the last remaining member of the band. Buck White, it was best known as the founder of the Grammy Award-winning bluegrass group, The Whites, along with his daughters Sharon and Cheryl, and they were also the backup band and collaborators of Ricky Skaggs. And finally, Peter Yarrow, who's known to music fans as one-third of the folk group, of course, Peter, Paul, and Mary. We lost him at the beginning of 2025. He was 86 years old. Those are the people in memoriam that we lost in the year of 2025. So many others, of course, but those are some that really stand out that made a contribution to country music and people that I knew and loved. That is your country and western music news here on Road Gig Radio. Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. We love you. There's nothing you can do about it. We'll be back on Monday, despite rumors.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
And welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. The Allen Lund Company wishes the owner-operators driving across this great country happy holidays. And welcome to the show. I'm Scott Thompson.
I'm Ashley Blackford.
Ashley, we said it yesterday, but Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
2026.
Pumped about it.
Planner shopping.
Planner shopping. Oh, I've already bought my planner. I bought that about a month ago.
Very good.
I'm starting to use it though.
Hey, it's exciting.
I love it. Yeah.
Also an exciting show today.
Yes, we get to talk to some really cool people in our line of work, which is something that I love. And one of those people we talked to this past year was Gina Jones. She is a truck driver that got the opportunity to visit the White House, and not just visit, but she actually spoke. And President Trump was there, and so we're going to revisit a conversation with her to see how that all went.
Encore presentation there as well. We've got one with a great
great organization, the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. Courtney Neiman and Diane Hutzel of that organization are going to talk to us about all the great things they do. But first, Gina Jones on her trip to the White House.
Anytime truck drivers can have their voices heard is important. Anytime that can happen in front of government is even more important. Recently, Gina Jones had the opportunity to do just that at the White House, no less. She joins us now. Gina, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
You and I spoke a few months ago, and as I was watching this bill signing ceremony, I just kind of had it on the background that President Trump did a few weeks ago that put the end to California's strict vehicle emission standards. They announced, a truck driver's coming up to speak, and immediately I recognized you. I said, wait a second, I know her. So I'm so excited that we get to talk about the experience. Tell me, how did this all come about?
So I got a phone call, and I was surprised of the phone call that I got from who was calling me. It was, all of a sudden, I heard this voice, and I'm like, oh, my gosh. I picked up the phone, and I heard this voice, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, that voice sounds familiar. And I looked at my phone, and it says it's Chris Spear. And I'm like, what is Chris Spear calling me for? So Chris Spear is the president and CEO from ATA, Americans Trucking Association. And he's like, hi, Gina, how you doing? And I'm like, hi, Chris. And so he presents to tell me that I was chosen as America's road team captain to represent at the White House for the trucking industry and the ATA. And then he proceeded to tell me what I was going to be doing, that I was going to, if I was okay with it and said yes, that I would be doing a 30-second speech next to Mr. President, Mr. Trump. And I was like a little bit in a shock. I didn't know what to say, and I just kept listening. And it was exciting, and I couldn't believe if I was really hearing what I was hearing. So as that went on, he told me that he already talked to Warner Enterprises, the CEO and chairman, Derek Leathers, letting them know that I was chosen, and our president of Warner, Nathan Meisgeier, as well. After that, it all began. Just what was next in line.
And it was an immediate yes from you, I would assume, after you got over the shock, right?
He was telling me when it was going to be, June 12th, and I'm like, are you saying June 12th, next week? So this was a Friday. A Friday when he called me, and we had 6 days. And I originally had some plans flying out of town to Orlando. And he's like, Chris Spears is like, Gina, we can work with this. We can get to where you need to go. And they did, and it was amazing.
You should have had them move the ceremony to Orlando. I think that would have been the power move, Gina.
No. I didn't want to lose that White House
for sure.
Experience, yeah.
Experience.
Do you know why you were chosen?
Well, I am a professional truck driver for 13 years now, and I represent the trucking industry. I team drive with my husband, and I'm on the America's Road team. I'm a captain on the America's Road team with the ATA, so I represent our trucking industry.
Now, I'm curious, your husband, Steve, right?
Yes.
Did you call him, or was he home at the time? How did that conversation go?
So we were on the road. He was sleeping. I pulled over, and I said I needed a safe haven. When I got the call, I was hands-free, but I still needed a safe haven to pull over at a safe place and do my discussion. And I woke Steve up. He was in the back of the cab sleeping. I'm like, Steve, you're never going to guess what happened, what just happened. And he was like, oh my gosh, we need to get this worked out. We need to figure this. We were heading home anyways, back to Phoenix from being out in West Memphis doing a delivery. And we were just a matter of 8 hours away, and I was going to be home that Wednesday anyways because I was flying out to Orlando Thursday. And so it just fell in place like it was supposed to happen.
Wow.
But awesome. He was excited. He's my rock. He's been there for me since day one when he got me into the trucking industry. So I have to, he's been everything right there for me, supports me so highly.
That's great.
I'm curious, what was the preparation process like in, writing your speech and getting ready to go to D.C.?
So I had, Mr. Spears told me that I would have a person in contact that would contact me to let me know all the details. And then the ATA, also with the America's Road Team, Nikki Thomas, she gets everything ready for us America Road Team captains when we go do events. And I also had 2 other America's Road Team captains join me on the White House as well. And we wanted to have a military veteran and a Teamster. So they were there joining me, Ralph and Perry. They were a very wonderful support team for me as well. I know Ralph, he was at the White House at one time before, so he could help me down the road with the experience as well.
Show you the ropes a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so that was very helpful, but it was exciting for all 3 of us to be there. And even Warner's president, Nathan Meisgeier, he accompanied me as well on the trip there too.
It's great that you had that support system because, like Ashley, I was watching as well and saw when you went up there. And I thought to myself, that looks incredibly nerve-wracking.
Terrifying.
Yeah, because if anybody hasn't seen it, you're up at the podium. The president is like over your right shoulder, a couple feet away from you. If you look at the audience, you see a bunch of cabinet members and, different representatives from the cameras everywhere. Yeah, I'm sure. And I don't think it's that big a space too. You were the one that went up and actually spoke. You had that great support system. But, I can't imagine that was a comfortable experience necessarily going up and taking that mic.
So when President Trump was speaking and ready to announce me, I walked up, I stood there by the stage waiting, and yes, I was like, I got this. I'm going to do it. I feel comfortable. At first, when I got into the White House, I did not. I was so nervous. I had to walk around. We were in the East Wing, and I took a tour of the different rooms, the red, the blue, and the green room. And some of the times I was by myself in those rooms, and I would just take like a deep breath. And I did video, yeah. And then, so before I did get up on the stage, and before President Trump came walking out, and that was amazing. I had to go to the restroom, and I wanted to get myself together. And so the White House Office of Public Liaison, she took me to the restroom, and she goes, Gina, you're going to enjoy this restroom. And I walked in, and my eyes just got so big, it felt like a museum that I was in, and it was a restroom. So I went in there to kind of get myself relaxed and stuff, and that really helped me. So I was prepared once I was ready to get on that stage and by the podium. When I saw President Trump, I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm here. This is really it. I'm not dreaming.
It's happening. Yeah.
It's happening, yes. And so he announced me. I walk up. I look at him straight in the eye. He gives me a handshake. I opened my speech, and I said, thank you, Mr. President. And he put down my microphone for me because I'm short, and, he's this tall gentleman. And so I thought that was really wonderful to see that happened. I even watched back on my videos on it from the news, and I'm like, wow, he did do that. Mm-hmm. So because you don't catch everything right away, it's going so fast. You're in the moment. Yeah. So then I began to speak my speech, and it was amazing. It just flowed. I just started a little bit on one word, but you know what? You keep going, and you just take the moment. And it was over. It went so fast.
Yeah, you did, and you did great.
You did a great job.
You did great, yeah, for sure.
What was the main message that you wanted to get across during your speech?
So the main messages I really wanted to say is we cannot allow one state's regulation to disturb the entire nation's supply chain. So by allowing that, California to do so would have to negatively impact the hundreds and thousands of the truck drivers who deliver critical goods across the country each and every day. So that was the main importance of those words that to represent the trucking industry.
And I mean, I know like Scott kind of painted a picture of what it looked like, but I mean, President Trump was like right by you. I think at a few times like put his hand on your shoulder, like very, very close. Was that nerve-wracking at all? How did that feel?
Oh my gosh. I was like, wow, he touched me on my back. I mean, the President of the United States gave me a couple pats on the back. And so, you know, when I said promises made, promises kept, that's when he patted me on the back. And then all of a sudden I heard the audience just applaud. And I'm like, wait a minute, they're applauding. I need to stop. So I stopped, and then the whole room just applauded loudly and just waited calmly and continued my last sentence, you know, saying on behalf of the 8.5 million Americans who work throughout the trucking industry. And I said, I thank you, to thank them all for what they do every day out on the road.
Was Steve able to be in the room with you, or did he watch on TV?
Oh my gosh, and that is the sad part. He wanted to be there so bad, but he was not able to attend. While I was going to be going to Orlando, he was still going to be going on the road and keeping the trip productive while I was gone as well. So he did stop to listen. He knew the time when it was going to be on air. He stopped. Now, it doesn't always start on time because Mr. President comes out when he's able to. So he ended up stopping a little longer than he wanted to, but he took it all in. He said he was so proud of me, and my daughter was watching. My whole family actually was watching. I did tell them. I did not tell too many because being nervous myself, and I didn't want to, in case, you know, something came up, but in case it wasn't aired as well. But I mean, I got my husband, he's my rock, my support team. He's, you know, even the ATA, Chris Beers, the whole leadership team. It's like, Gina, you got this. You're going to do it. You're going to do well. So I had to raise that bar and make sure I did. So psyching yourself out sometimes does help. And what a great experience.
Yeah. He must be so proud of you, too, I imagine.
He is. You know, he brought me onto the trucking industry in 2012, and it's 13 years working alongside him, being safe out on the road. We're both 1 million. I'm a 1 million accident-free miler. I'm 1.5, and I think he's 1.3, 1.2. But we do love what we do together, and that's is his pride and joy is having me on the truck with him, and we are working together as a husband and wife team.
Can I ask you too, Gina, you mentioned it, and I think this makes perfect sense. You kind of, you know, said the whole experience was like a blur, and I can relate to that, you know, not speaking at the White House or anything like that.
We haven't got there yet.
No, haven't gotten there yet, and I don't know if we will. But, you know, the whole thing being a blur, I imagine you're going to take so many memories from that particular day, not just the cool bathroom that you went into, but, you know, when you look back at this 10, 20 years down the line, you know, what do you think you're going to remember most about the experience?
You know, being there representing the trucking industry, being a part of that is so important in what we do daily to deliver the goods to our nations, to the country, to our people, America's people. I never realized that I would be ever doing this in my life, being a truck driver as a second career at the age of 50 when I started out. It's a great experience. I got to go to the White House. Who goes to the White House?
Yeah.
Who stands next to President Trump? You know, no matter who is in office, I would have been happy to meet that president. It's high on a level that not many will ever get to experience. I got to experience that. And when I left there that afternoon, I was like, was I at the White House? Did I really do this?
Was that all a dream?
Representing the trucking industry and all the women and men out there that are out there for the United States of America, delivering the goods. I mean, how important is that, right? All the essentials, what we need. So, you know what? When I left working in the retail grocery business, 28 years I worked, I also worked in the essential, food business as well. But being in the trucking industry is a highlight of my life. And my family is so supportive and proud of me, and they tell me all the time. My daughter's one of my biggest support teams when she's out there and knows something I'm going to be on video or, live or something. So
That's awesome.
It's been amazing.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with House. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. House, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibrotech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibrotechtvd.com.
Gina Jones is with us on the line talking about her recent trip to the nation's capital, where she represented truck drivers at a bill signing that scrapped California's EV mandate. Gina, I'm curious, when this announcement came, what does it mean to you as a truck driver?
It is utmost importance as a truck driver for what we do out there for our country, all the trucking industries, the technology, the people that work behind the scenes, our companies, and everyone else who is involved. It's just not us truck drivers. It's everyone out that works as a team to get us where we need to go, get us our loads. We can't just say it's the truck drivers, because we have to have a team of people to do it all as well. We do the hard part by delivering and getting the loads safe to where we need to deliver them.
Now, when you visited the White House, I assume you don't just, pull up in an Uber and head inside. What was the process like when you got there?
Well, I was with the ATA, and we took a van there, and they dropped us off at this certain area where our drop-off point was. We wait under a tent by the White House before we enter. When they tell us it's time to enter, we walk along the pathway, and as we reach going up to the stairs of the White House, we had to go through the security, showing our IDs and everything before we did go in. There's the military and with the dogs, and so it was quite exciting to see how everything is all laid out and so secure. So we do go through a couple other processes of showing our IDs as well. You think once you're only doing it, but no, you're doing it a couple times. And then all of a sudden I reached the stairs, and Warner, our president, was alongside with me, and he goes, "Gina, you walk up the stairs, and I'm going to take a picture of you walking up the stairs." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, okay, thank you." So I did, and then got into the White House and headed towards the East Wing. And I turn my head and I'm looking to the left and I see the garden area outside, and it's just amazing, beautiful. I walk up another set of stairs and there's all the military guards just standing kind of like in each doorway to greet you. And that was awesome and amazing to see what their hard work that they do every day, and they have to stand there and present, the White House and all the guests that are coming in as well. So I walk in and I was just like, I can't believe it. This is the White House. And I did go into the East Wing where the room was where we were all going to be, but we had time to walk around. So I did take a video of all the other rooms. And, well, as walking up to the set of stairs in towards the building of the East Wing, they had a small orchestra, beautiful music that greeted all of us. And I took video. I went into the red, the green, and the blue room. I had the rooms kind of sometimes to myself. And so I was just like, oh, my gosh, this is amazing. The historic artwork. It's a museum of the amazing presidents from past and present. I took pictures. People took pictures with me in front of them. And so I have so many memories that I can cherish as I go on, and I can show my experience of being at the White House and what it meant to me. I had goosebumps. I literally had goosebumps. And like my experience, like I said, going into the restroom, women's restroom.
Yeah, let's talk about the restroom. What was so great about it?
Marble. It was just marble, okay. And just everything just so spectacular.
No orchestra in the bathroom, though, right?
No, but you could hear it.
You could hear it, though. Okay, good. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask you, I mean, there's so many things again, too, but was there anything that surprised you, or I guess what surprised you the most in going there and doing this? Was anything you're like, oh, I didn't expect that, or anything like that happen?
When you walk in the White House, everything is so large, right? Everything is big, the rooms, everything looks so much larger than what it really was when I was in there. And, I think the media kind of, I watch the news. I watch the president when he's speaking and doing different signings, the bills and things like that on TV. But it is so different when you are there and you're in the East Wing and everybody's in there, like you said, all the Congress, the senators, everybody, and the media. And when President Trump asked for questions, I mean, I had to turn my head around real fast because everybody was like all shouting. So I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what it is really like when you are watching it from the TV to be in there live. So I think just being around, and you know what? I was in the front row. I was sitting with all the senators wrapping around the room around President Trump, the podium. And I was sitting next to also a couple speakers that were before me. They were a small business owner and then an oil owner. So they had spoke before, I think, with President Trump. So they also supported me through my first time sitting next to them. And I got a picture with Speaker Johnson. Selfie. He grabbed my phone and took a selfie, and some of the senators as well. So what an amazing experience when you see it all happen on TV and you are there in person talking with them. And you know what? They are wonderful listeners. They love to hear about truck drivers. They love to listen to them and get their insight out how we are out on the road.
That's great.
That's awesome. Now, you've been trucking for 13 years. I'm curious, did you ever imagine when you got into trucking that you would one day be representing the thousands and thousands of men and women on the road at the White House?
Hell no. Can I say that? Hell no.
Yeah.
I never, because that was never in my outlook in life. I was in management in the retail grocery business, and I started from the bottom, just like I did in the trucking industry. I didn't go to college. Out of high school, I got married, had children. And then after my kids got older, I went to school, and I started in the grocery business from the bottom. I worked my way to into management in the bakery delis. And, I didn't have to go to college to do that. I made good money, but my husband says, I'm lonely, Gina. My youngest son was leaving for the Army, so I was going to be in an empty nester. He goes, come and join me. We can make good money together. And when I realized how much money that we could make and that we could be together working as a team for a trucking company, I was like, okay, I will try this. But for me, I'm a go-getter, so I had to make goals for me to get started in the trucking industry to further me ahead. And I had to become somebody so I could help other truck drivers and bring females into the trucking industry as well. Mm-hmm. So my goal was to love what I do and help others love what they do as well.
That's awesome. Gina, thank you so much for your time.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
And welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Ashley, you and I looked through a lot of stories on trucking, obviously. I saw one recently about a truck driver who got seriously injured in a wreck. And in the local media story that covered it, they spoke with the man's wife, who said she had to start a GoFundMe to pay for the medical bills and everything else, which, as you can imagine, was
astronomical,
sky high, of course. I actually reached out on that page to suggest that she check out the nonprofit our next two guests work for, because this is what they do. Diane Hutzel is the director of philanthropy, and Courtney Neiman is the executive director of the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. And they join us on the line now. Courtney and Diane, I hope you both know what you've gotten yourselves into.
Well, I listened to part of y'all when I was eating lunch, so.
Good.
Oh, yeah, to today's show, or was it another one?
Part of the latest one and the one before that.
Oh, all right, cool. All right. And you still decided to talk to us. So,
that's
hey,
good. That's a good sign. I did. I'm a glutton for punishment.
All right. We'll take that as an endorsement. We'll put that on our page.
Yeah.
I listened to the show and I still
came.
Yeah, and still decided that she wanted to talk with us. So, hey, we're doing something right. Well, first off, Diane and Courtney, thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate that.
Thank you for having us.
And I'm going to start here with kind of an overarching question because Ashley and I are familiar with what you do there at the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. There may be folks out there who are new to the industry, may not be familiar with what you do. So I think to start, can you just talk a little bit about what you do there to help so many people out there?
Sure. So we are a nonprofit organization. We've been around for 18 years. We are nationwide, and we help over-the-road semi-truck drivers when they have had an injury or an illness that has occurred within the last year. So 365 days that has caused them to be out of work. We are able to help them with free health and wellness programs, but also we can help out financially as well.
Now, you mentioned 18 years ago you got started. How did the St. Christopher's Fund come to be?
Yeah.
So we had a Dr. John in our community. He was doing the exams for drivers and just saw many drivers come in who were dealing with a lot of health issues. And at the time, our executive director, who was Donna Kennedy, she was doing her doctoral thesis with him. And they got to talking, and he finally just kind of said, well, we need to start a foundation, and we need to help people out. And he looked at Donna and said, and you're going to be in charge. And so there's a little bit more to the story than that.
Sure.
But that's how it came to be. And the way we got our name, he said, who's the saint, the one, that is over the traveling? And she said, St. Christopher? And he said, yeah, and that's what we're going to name it.
Wow.
So,
St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, yeah. Also the patron saint, I learned of toothache, among other things. I thought that was interesting.
Really?
Yeah, toothache, athletics, and bachelors, apparently. So, hey, I don't...
Those are so random.
Yeah, do with that what you will, I guess. I thought it was interesting. Obviously, you are focused on truck drivers. And Courtney, you kind of talked about it there. And Ashley, you were wondering how this all got started here. I think it is worth talking a little bit about the reality for folks out there. The reality that was there 18 years ago is still the reality for a lot of folks now, a lot of truck drivers out there. And the need is there because a lot of them don't really have health insurance, right? And that's a big part of why you are doing, I suppose, what you are doing.
Correct. Then do not have health insurance, whether it be the company that they work for doesn't provide them, or if they're a owner independent, they just don't have the financial means. And so we're just kind of here to help them when they're in that crisis of needing just a little bit of help. Everybody needs a little bit of help from time to time throughout life. There's nothing wrong with that. And so that's what we're here to do. This just kind of help them through that little bit until, maybe their short-term benefits kick in, or their long-term disability or something like that, or they're able to get back on the road and start driving again.
Do you have any examples of, the type of people who have been helped by the organization over the years?
Yeah, we've had some, they're heartwarming, but they're terrible stories in the end. And we just had recently a driver, and he came off the road, and he was in the shower, and he fell, and he's a quadriplegic now, and obviously can't work at all. So we were able to assist them. We've had people that have cancer, and they're doing treatment where they have said, if it weren't for you guys, we would have lost our home. And so, it's not just the truck driver that we're helping. You're talking about their spouses, their wives, their husbands, their children. We've got people that are raising their grandchildren. And so that, it's my favorite part of what we do is actually getting to hear those stories of, this is what you did for me. And it just, for me anyway, it makes me work a little bit harder. It's like I said, they're sad stories, but at the end, there's hopefully a good ending.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious about that too, because this is a kind of situation. It would be great if you didn't have to exist, if that makes sense, because that would mean that everybody's already taken care of. And, if something were to happen, they wouldn't have to worry about this aspect.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Lindsay, who's our health and wellness coordinator. And I mean, I'm director of philanthropy, so it's my job to make sure we have those funds come in that we can then turn around and write checks to drivers. And she's told me, she's like, I want to put you out of business because of the health programs that we do offer. We want to keep everybody healthy on the front end. People don't realize the health issues that drivers have. They live a sedentary life, but with that comes the fact that, they have a hard time eating healthy. So you have diabetes, you have a lot of heart disease. Your truck driver lives 16 years less than just a person that, works at Lowe's or works in an office. They have a much shorter lifespan. They are more prone to prostate cancer. And so people don't really think about, all the things that are brought to you every day. The 73% of the things that you use every day is brought to you by a truck driver. And so she's like, I want to put you out of business. We want to keep everybody healthy. And she's done a phenomenal job with the nicotine cessation. About 50% of those that have started that program have continued to not be a smoker. We've had people that have lost, so much weight by trying to eat better, that, have gotten off medication for their diabetes. So I'm with her. Like, I would love to be able to put myself out of a job that we, but that's her goal is to let's keep them healthy so we don't have to, give them money because they're having cancer treatments or whatnot.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned your job is to, make sure there's enough funding there to help. Where does that funding come from? Is it solely donations?
It is. The bulk of that is solely donations. We do get grants and foundation money from folks that reach out that see what we do in the community. We're kind of one of a kind. And like I said, all of the things that we offer are completely free. Any truck driver that can apply for that qualifies, we just help them. And so we do have some amazing partners within our community. Travel Centers of America, they're actually getting ready to host a golf tournament that we're going to be getting funds from in a couple of weeks. Loves Truck Stops. We have just amazing people pilot that see what we do and want to take care of their drivers. They see that they're an investment. If without their drivers, they're stranded. Their trucks are not going to be on the road. So we do have a lot of corporate sponsors, and then we do have a huge portion of our donors. They're trucking families. That's ones when I talk to them, I get to speak with them. I always ask, well, how did you hear about us? What's motivated you to give to the cause? And then I had one said that, I'm a driver and I don't need you now, but I might one day. So I want to make sure you're there. I've had another said, well, my son-in-law had a heart attack and you guys helped him and my daughter. So I want to, support you guys. So we do have a lot of individual truck drivers out there that even if it's $5 a month, and we do have that, they support the drivers, and I love and thank them just as equally as I do that those that write me a check for $100,000. Now, I'm not going to turn that $100,000 check down. So if you guys, wanted to just send us a big check, I wouldn't say no to that. Yeah. But every dollar, every cent that we get, the bulk of it goes right back to the trucking and those drivers that keep us moving and keep the country running.
Yeah, Diane, sorry, I forgot my checkbook today, but otherwise I'd write that for you.
Well, here's the thing. You can go online. We do take credit cards.
You called me on it.
And PayPal. I tell you, I'm shameless when it comes to my drivers.
Well,
that's good.
Let me backtrack then some more. It won't be $100,000, but yes, that is a good point. Yeah, you can do it online too.
Yeah.
Yeah. To that point, and Courtney, you can maybe speak to this as well too. Diane, you were kind of talking about just the overwhelming sense of community among the trucking community, and just how giving a community is. It is. Ashley, we were talking about the Texas flooding recently and covering that, and you see all these trucking companies and truck drivers who are willing to step up, and help and, make sure that everybody's doing okay in the way that they can. That you must see that time and time again, every day, every week, just the sense of, what's the word I'm looking for? Just generosity that the trucking community has. Can you talk a little bit about how that takes form and what you see there and just what it means to see that on a daily basis?
Well, I can tell you, we went to a truck show recently, and just the environment, it felt like family. I mean, it was just everybody was there to have a good time, and they were, giving each other a hard time, but I never have felt just so welcomed into a group. And that was my first truck show I had been to since taking the new position as the executive director. And I got welcomed. Let me introduce you. Do you know so-and-so? You can just tell that it's family. They may not be family that they see each other every day. They may not be family that communicate all the time, but wherever they are, they're family. And that's the biggest thing that I think I've seen out of this industry.
Yeah. Diane, do you want to speak to that too?
Yeah, I mean, I've done nonprofit for over a quarter of a century, and I agree wholeheartedly with Courtney that this group of people, truck drivers, you are never going to get a more welcoming, amazing, and real group of people that you get to work with, and it makes my job even more pleasurable. I'll tell you, I was 8 days into this job as director of philanthropy when I went to my first truck show, and so it was. Oh yeah, I got pushed into the deep end, but it was fantastic. And like she said, they welcome you with open arms, and it's kind of funny because when I travel, and where I travel to work, it's crazy. It's crazy traffic on the interstate, and you get around these big rigs. And it used to be a little intimidating because you're like, oh, these things are so huge and they're just roaring down the road. But then now that I know these guys and I kind of can see as I've talked to drivers of like, okay, well, this is why when we're coming up on an exit, we slow down or we do this or we do that. You can kind of see how they're taking care of all of us in our little tiny cars. It's kind of like a big brother watching you, but in a good way. And so, like I said, it is wonderful, the sense of community that everybody has because, they're part of this select group that gets to do these amazing things. It's on my bucket list. Now, I don't know if I can handle doing a full 4 or 5 days on the road, but it is on my bucket list to at least travel on one of these big rigs.
Do a ride along?
Just to experience. I would love to. And so, that is on my bucket list. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I can't say enough good things about the drivers and their families that are supporting them because, the spouse that stays home, they're carrying a lot of weight when that person's out on the road. And again, a lot of people don't realize the sacrifice that drivers make. So
should we put the call out now for anybody who wants to offer you a ride along?
Yeah, we're based in Knoxville.
Yeah,
so.
Swing on by, pick up Diane, and go on your way. Can
Courtney,
Oh, okay, yeah, there you
yeah.
go. Oh, see, we didn't know it was a two for deal there. So we'll have to.
No, I mean, my brother-in-law drives for a dairy company, and he was like, they're just not going to let you insurance, and I'm like, insurance, just let me on there. But yeah, I mean, I'm because having to get to sit in some of these rigs, being at MATS and these other conventions where they have these, the trucks on display. They're gorgeous. And as part of when we do Truck Driver Appreciation Week coming up in September, which we're celebrating the whole month, we're going to have a series, we're calling it Life on the Road, where, again, people don't understand what it's like to be on the road, where we're going to invite drivers to take pictures and take video, and we're going to post them on our website and our social media just to show people what it's really like, what it's like eating on the road or trying to find a sleep or trying to find parking. I was shocked and horrified to learn that for every 11 trucks, there's only one parking space.
Yep. Yeah.
It's insane. Yeah. So we want to show people this is what it is like being on the road. And so we're going to have that aspect. And we're also going to have a part on our website where people can post their thanks or they can post pictures. One of my best friends, her dad was a truck driver. And so she has this amazing picture of her and her sister in his rig, circa early 1980s and that kind of a thing. So we celebrate drivers all year long, but we are especially going to highlight it for the month of September. So I'm really excited about that project. This will be my first truck driver appreciation project.
Well, Diane, I think you tapped into something there that speaks to kind of what we're talking about in as a whole here. We talk about the sense of community, and you talk about the challenges there about, with truck parking or restroom access or whatever, there are a lot of challenges out there that we're aware of. And I think that's what kind of brings the people together during times of hardship, and this is something that you all do there. I'm wondering, and this is kind of, I guess, asking a question in a different way that I asked earlier, but I see all these posts on social media. I see GoFundMes go up for truck drivers who have been injured or they've got some sort of illness and it pulls them off the road. They're raising money on GoFundMe or these other avenues, I suppose. If it weren't for St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, what would it look like for all the people that you helped? They would have had to probably have gone that route, I would assume. And I assume these are conversations you've had with people about, hey, if you hadn't come to us, what would you have done? What do those conversations look like when you talk to them?
Most of them would just have said, I don't know what I would have done. Like, you were my last hope. I mean, I know it sounds really dramatic, but we get that often. You were my last hope. I looked around, I asked for help, and there was no one else. And you were there. So we love hearing those stories, and we always ask, folks that we do get to help. Just again, it's that gas that keeps us all going as to why we do this, is to get to hear those amazing stories and share our particular skill set with drivers. I think a lot of people think, okay, well, I'm a truck driver. There's not, you're a truck driver because you can't really do anything else. And people don't understand that it's a profession. Like, this is a career. It's a very serious thing that drivers do. And so it's my privilege to get to highlight and get to celebrate what they do and be able to support them. I know I didn't, a year ago before I was working here, I did not look at drivers the way I do now. And I hope everybody else kind of drinks the Kool-Aid and sees what we see here. Of course, we're boots on the ground every day. But everybody, for the most part, I don't know what I would have done.
Yeah,
they would have lost homes, or we've got some that are right on the edge of eviction. They're going to lose their cars. I mean, it's sad. So we're blessed that we get to be here, and we have so many great people in the community that want to help support that.
Yeah, Courtney.
Yeah, I mean, the exact same thing. So we try to get testimonials from all of our drivers who are beneficiaries from our organization. And the one I have right now in front of me, I don't know what we would have done without you folks. Thank you is not nearly enough, but please know how much I really appreciate all of your help and compassion. I mean, how can you listen to that or read that and just not want to say, what can I do? How can I help? Because as Diane said, our truck drivers, we have to have them to get our stuff. And I, too, am a little bit more cognizant. I try not to cut them off nearly as much as I have in the past.
That's good.
A lot with me, too. But I look at them as they're driving down the road, and I just wonder, are they going home? Are they going away? This part always gets me. How long is the last time that they've seen their family? How long is the last time they've seen their friends? Do they have an animal in the car, in the rig with them? What are they doing? What are they thinking? How is their health? What could I do for this one person that just happens to be on the interstate with me and driving past me? I really do think about all of them now, and I've known about St. Christopher for about 10 years, so I've known a little bit about the organization, but being here these past 3 months, it really does make you think differently, and what our drivers are able to provide for us and how we need to keep them on the road. And if it's just a little bit of support that people can provide, $5 that we get or whatever, but the big $1 million check, I forget that y'all are going to write for us. I'm just sorry about that.
Hang on a second. Let's check the tape.
See, I'm a bargain at 100,000. So.
Oh, wow. This is, I just walked into something I wasn't prepared for. I forgot my credit card too today, by the way. So sorry.
Hey, I'm the person when I get stuck in traffic, and I'm surrounded, like literally at a standstill, and I'm surrounded by these big trucks. And I think my husband's worried I'm going to do it one day, that I'm just going to get out of my car and just start walking down the interstate, knocking on windows, handing them my card, saying, "Do you know about St. Christopher?"
Yeah.
Please
don't do that.
I think he's worried.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I do it bad enough when I'm at the dentist or I'm in the grocery store. It horrifies my teenager that I talk about what we do here all the time.
Well, you're proud of it
so much.
Yeah, you're proud of what you do.
Good.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we had another staff member that was doing that this week, but that's the passion that we have here.
Yeah. That's great.
To do what we're doing. To know that this is where we need to be and to be able to help those that are in need when they need it.
At Truck Stop, we've built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
I assume you probably have a lot of people that reach out, and I'm sure you wish you could help everybody. Are there eligibility requirements that people have to meet in order to get that help?
Yes. So they do have to be an over-the-road driver, which means 4 days or more away from their home. They do have to have an active CDL when the incident occurred, and does have to occur within the past 365 days. We do have a pre-screening form on our website, and if all of the questions are answered, then it will lead you to an application that gets filled out, and it goes to our medical case manager, who will look over that and reach back out to the driver. We do ask some more information. Typically, we get also medical records, and then that goes to our doctor for review, and then it will go to the review team to be approved. So there are a few steps. We always say, that it isn't something that's going to occur, overnight. It does take sometimes up to 30 days to be able to get people approved. But the more that you are in contact with us and helping us get the information, the easier it is for this process to get approved. But also with that, we do kind of sometimes ask them questions that are like, why are people asking this stuff? And it's just because we're trying to get the full picture.
Sure.
And sometimes people will get a application, and unfortunately we'll have to deny them for whatever reasons. But we always give resources.
Yeah.
So it may not be that we have everything. So we will always give the resources. Say, hey, have you tried this place? There's another place you can try. We have lots of resources on our website as well. So try not to leave them empty-handed. Try to give them something.
Yeah, and just to be clear, too, this is for not just for wrecks. This is for illness, anything that pulls somebody off the road. And we're talking, hospital bills. We're talking things like, I think, house payments. Is that right? Basic things. Yeah, things that they need to.
We pay for housing, insurance, car payments, and utilities. Those are the 4 categories that we can pay for.
Excellent.
And you can apply once. And if you're approved, then you can apply again 30 days later, and you can be approved. And then we only help out 2 times per life.
Gotcha. Okay. Real quick, Diane and Courtney, for those out there, maybe they've got, a friend or someone they know that needs some help, or they want to contribute online. What's the website? Where can they go to help out?
It's truckersfund.org. And once they look that website up, we have all of our information on there to be able to fill out the application. If you're just looking for resources, if you want to be that $1 million check, we would love that.
I was going to say, it's right there on the front page. You can call me directly.
Do you have a button? Do you have a button for $1 million donation?
Call immediately.
Yeah.
No, but we are working on some new things. So I will have to put that on there, and I'll expect you to be the first one.
I'll tell you what.
Your name's going to be the first one.
If you get a $1 million donation, please let us know about it, because we would love to talk with that person.
If we get a $1 million donation, you will hear my head explode in East Tennessee.
Well, that does not sound great.
No.
But yes, yeah,
no,
I know what you're.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what
you
you're
will
saying.
definitely hear about it. Yes.
Absolutely.
So if you want to be that first person, so like the $1 million, hey, have at it.
There you go. Diane, Courtney.
All of our sponsors as well, which we would like to give a little shout out to them. Thank you so much for everything that you have done for us. OOIDA is on there as well. We are so appreciative of everything that you all do for us as well. And we have a wonderful board, and I just can't say thank you to all of my board members and being able to help out.
Yeah. Diane and Courtney, I was just about to say, thank you for your time. Thank you for all you do there, and also your colleagues for helping so many folks out. who, again, are in need of a little bit of help. We appreciate your time, and we'll hear from you shortly after that $1 million donation goes in.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.